All right, we're ready.
Okay, it is 5:29, but we'll go ahead and start the meeting in this. The first item on our workshop agenda is a staff presentation on the strategic growth plan on the water elements of the comprehensive plan. Turn it over to the town staff.
Thank you, Mayor and Trustees. So there we go. The memo that was included in your packet includes a lot more information on the background of some of this legislation and a lot of the actions that the town has taken over the past decade. Purposes of this presentation tonight will really just focus on the strategic growth element within comprehensive plans, and then Aaron will have some information on the water supply element. So as you all know, we've talked about this a little bit already. Senate Bill 24-174 was passed by the Colorado legislature, and it applies to the town of Lyons. This is a bill related to a housing and strategic growth that's multi-layers and it is intended to build over time. So some of these we've already done. We have previously adopted the first step in the bill is to approve a housing needs assessment. As you may recall, in 2025 in September, we signed on to the DRCOG Regional Housing Needs Assessment. So that completed the town's first obligation with this. Alternatively, if we hadn't done that, we would have had to update our housing needs assessment to be compliant with the requirements of this law. I believe most communities in DRCOG have also signed on to this, and we can talk more about questions on that if we need to. The second step is the water supply and strategic growth element in our comprehensive plan, and we're required to complete this by the end of 2026. I met with DOLA in advance of this conversation about a week or so ago, and I've asked how communities are coming along on this and how many folks are going to be hitting the end of the 2026 deadline. I think the sense I got was, because one of the questions I asked is, do you have any examples of how folks are meeting this legislation yet? And they don't. So I think as long as we're making, good project and intentional process or progress through this, I don't know that DOLA is going to be really firm about the end of 2026, but they're going to want to see effort. We'll talk more about what's required in this later in this presentation. And then finally, once we do the strategic growth element in our comprehensive plan, we will be required to complete a housing action plan by the end of 2028. And really, so again, multi-layered, it's really intended to build on one another, right? So housing need, what's our need? Where would we like to kind of achieve this within our community? And then what are the concrete steps and actions that the town will take? So again, multi-layered effort, we're kind of in the middle. So to back up, just to remind folks, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment was completed by DRCOG. They actually completed the plan prior to this law, but they made some updates to the plan to be consistent with the requirements in the legislation. And the town passed a resolution noting some concerns with the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, but we did sign on to it. Town administrator and I met with DRCOG last week just to kind of get a sense of where they are with this housing needs assessment. And kind of, how we should continue to consider it. They do agree that local data could be more accurate than the HUD and the census data that they utilized. They did suggest that we could work with DOLA on our housing action plan, potentially to kind of swap in some of this local data if we feel it's more accurate. They will not be making any changes to the one that they have on the books until after all the housing action plans come in from the community. So they did this needs assessment. Now it's kind of all in the local government's hands to do our action plans. And then at the next point in time, they'll do another update. The legislation requires that housing needs assessment be updated every 6 years, I believe. But they did stress, and I think DOLA would probably also agree that even with swapping in local data, it's unlikely that the scope and scale of our housing need will change. And so what they also indicated in terms of how to think about this housing need, I want to kind of skip ahead here a second. Or did I not put it on here? Our housing need, it is on this slide, I apologize. Our housing need, according to the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, is 87 units of different incomes. And it's the way that they kind of stress that we look at this is the number of households in our community today that is not served by our local market. So this is different than the goals we've had over the past 10 years, the fact that we've built affordable housing. This is based on data in 2023. In their estimation, 87 households in Lyons are not met and not served by the housing market we have here today. So that's, that's kind of how that's how they would suggest we look at that 87 number. And that's why I think in their opinion, it's unlikely that the scope and scale of the housing need will change. Go ahead.
I've got a question. My
Yeah.
recollection of where they got that number from was a formula
Mhm.
that heavily weighted population growth and jobs growth. So how does it relate to where we are today?
It relates to the types of households and the households' incomes relative to the housing stock we have, right? So, and again, I understand what you're saying. They use different points of data, but I think we're gonna be held to the expectation that that we should assume that around 87 households in Lyons, their needs can't be met with our existing housing stock.
Yeah, they had a couple charts beyond this one that they showed us when we were on a call with them. And it's basically, I don't know if I wrote it
Yeah, I have
down,
my
but it's like
notes.
we have like 40% of our households are
Our cost burden.
are
Cost burden.
are cost
Yeah.
burden. They're spending between 30 and 50% of their income on their housing. And so they really did say, they said, this isn't saying you need 87 more units of
Right.
housing. It's saying that there is a housing need throughout our region that is lower cost than what we're providing.
That's different than how it was presented.
Yeah, they framed it differently in this
They did.
conversation, I
They
agree, because, and I think they did say a number of communities have challenged, kind of the way that this data was used. But again, I think that's where they said kind of, the key point, I think, and how to view this data is, again, I think the need for affordable housing in our town and nowhere in this legislation will Lyons be required to build 87 units.
Correct.
In fact, in Lyons, what they said might be more appropriate for us is strategies and actions that preserve existing affordability in our town, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean we have to build 87 units. But all of our work needs to also connect to the regional housing needs assessment.
So the suggestion is that 87 housing units in town need to change.
87 households in Lyons are not able to be well served by our existing housing.
So how's that improved?
That's what the policies we need to develop are.
Well, to me, given the lack of growth potential that we have for building new housing, how do we accomplish that? Do we turn single homes into duplexes? Do we do infill?
That's exactly the work that
That's what
we
the
need
work
to
is.
undertake in this next step.
How do we make our overall housing stock more affordable, preserve what we have?
And strategically infill too.
So the city of Broomfield uses a term called income aligned housing that
Oh, that's
Like
nice.
that one.
helps me think about it differently. There are 87 people living in Lyons currently or projected to move here because of the regional growth that we will experience, where their either current or projected income will not align with the market that we have here. You're not buying it.
Seems, under that definition, that number seems way too low. Because if we think that 300 of our households are rent burdened, then what's the gap between the 300 and the 87?
Well, the 87 is also this, again, they did use a formula. And they applied that formula to every municipality within the region.
So that's
So
a
that's where
sub-region.
our 87 came from, was this data. But they're saying you're not gonna be held to that. What they have said is they are trying to basically understand the scope and need throughout the Denver metro region, which we are a part of in this case. And that overall, the data shows a need for more affordable housing. Not necessarily a specific number of units, but in general, we need more housing affordability to be able to serve the current and population coming in.
More modestly priced housing.
Lower taxes, lower insurance rates too,
Mhm.
help for landlords.
Well, and that's what this next step is what are the policies and strategies we can implement to help bring down that cost of living in our community? And so Lisa has a list of strategies.
So again, this portion of the state law is kind of three different components. The first is, let's take a look at what we already have in place. Do we already have existing or potentially new policies and tools that promote strategic growth and prevent sprawl? Again, meeting with DOLA and doing kind of a high level overview, and in your packet, I listed some existing policies we have, and I think we're in pretty good shape here. I don't know that we have to revisit all of the policies and goals we have in our comprehensive plan today in order to be compliant with this law. So not that we might not choose to update some of them as we go through this process, but I think we're in pretty good shape on one. Second is an analysis of vacant and underutilized sites within our town today, and evaluate the use of those sites for the development of housing. For example, one of the options that we could include in this is, on June 15th, you all are gonna hear a presentation from Stantec, right? And Stantec did an area plan that looked at what we could potentially do, here on the town hall site with adding housing on this site. So that's an example. And so DOLA suggested that, and we'll talk about this more in a minute, but again, vacant and underutilized sites within our town that have some capacity to build housing.
Yeah.
We don't have to do a site by site analysis. And then the third is kind of around the edges of our community, what may or may not be appropriate for housing. So again, existing policies and tools, number one, we certainly have a lot of policies that support targeted infill, diversification of housing. Our comp plan talks about strategic annexations. It also talks about appropriate and inappropriate areas. And again, it's my opinion as of today, unless we choose to, we shouldn't have to amend the goals, policies, and the future land use plan in our comprehensive plan today, unless we collectively desire to, but I think we're in pretty good shape on one here. The second point, again, analysis of vacant and underutilized sites. The goal of this is to reduce sprawl and support strategic infill and redevelopment. The law says near transit and job centers. I kind of challenged DOLA, how does that apply in Lyons? They said we're still subject to the law, but collectively, I think DOLA staff and we'll vet all of this through the process. I just throw this out as a starting point for a discussion based on the policies we have in our comp plan that talk about, residential uses in our commercial area, strategic infill. Our comp plan calls for, potentially adding duplexes, triplexes in targeted areas, right? So we kind of talked about the concept of like a strategic growth overlay on our existing map. That way we don't have to, unless we desire to, kind of reopen the entire box, right? That this is where strategic growth and change would be kind of focused.
That's basically the eastern border.
That's what she
Exactly,
said.
yeah, it is, because I think that's what our comp plan suggests, right? Our comp plan doesn't really support growth up in Apple Valley or annexations up in Apple Valley or in South St. Vrain, right? Our comp plan is driving growth in those areas as well as strategic in the middle.
What's the red rectangle on top?
That
That
is,
was Stone Mountain Lodge.
Yeah.
It was areas, can't remember what the red stood for, but it was commercial areas in our planning area.
yeah,
It
so
has nothing to do with this map.
I don't think we would draw a line up the way out there. I think our map shows it out there as if it grows, but I think again, I would start maybe with the starting point of kind of this little blobby outline that I drew over it. And then I think we don't have to, again, do a site-by-site analysis. We could include a few examples, I think that we already have that demonstrate we have capacity on some of these sites.
So again, this came up in the IGA. You really have to refine that because you've got that section in the so-called Lucan and Sea lot, which is identified as sensitive habitat.
100% will be refined. This is,
You've also got, in the green, you've got town properties there which require a vote of the people.
this is very high level.
I got you.
I
I just
understand.
understand.
Yes,
There's some obvious limitations on that map that I can see right away.
100%. This is just kind of intended to reflect an area that we'll probably look at. Some of these won't be included, but just based on the comp plan policies we have today, I think this would be an area and I think, so wanted to just, I guess, get a little bit of feedback in terms of a starting point for the conversation. Recognizing through the process, we'll talk more broadly.
Something that keep in mind, it's been struggling with for years actually, is Lion's long-term economic growth plan, as outlined in the prior comp plan and in the LPPA especially, says commercial development of the eastern corridor and generating tax money from the eastern corridor is essential, or Lions is going to be operating at a deficit. There's a tension between that and residential development in the eastern corridor, which doesn't produce near as much tax money. And so that mix of how you balance the need for commercial development producing taxes and residential development to meet 87 units or whatever it's supposed to meet is those things don't necessarily coincide.
Well, yeah, I agree.
I agree with you, but I think we're okay with our existing policies, because even in those plans, it says commercial should front the corridor and residential potentially, behind. So again, I agree with you, but I don't think we have to give that away.
Well, and we also just re-annexed, we just rezoned a parcel to R3 there.
Oh, yes,
So the
no, we
intent is
do
obviously.
have one parcel.
We do,
I agree.
and that could maybe be, who knows how many units, but there was intent to add multifamily housing.
I agree. I don't think we want to just revise and say all commercial can be residential. I think it's, again,
No.
strategic as a keyword.
I think it could be something like we were talking about on Main Street, or Paul Tamburello saying a second story. You have craft maker space and a small apartment above it, so that's housing
The
affordability.
idea of upper floor residential units in downtown Lyons has been kicked around for many years, and no one has ever figured out a way to do that and make it anything close to affordable.
Well, but the two that do exist are
They're
always full.
been there for a long, been
So
there
if
for a
someone
long
could do
time.
it, if someone could do it, it would be.
Several different developers have looked at that possibility and wanted to do it and just said it doesn't pencil out.
And that's where
We
we,
do it, but it's gonna be $1 million.
well, that's maybe where some of these policies and incentives come in. If it
So
could be affordable and we could offer some incentives to them.
Absolutely.
If you offer enough government incentives, you can make anything affordable, that's true, but real world experience in the last 10 to 15 years
Of
has
course,
told us
yeah.
that even though that's been a desired thing, everybody would like nice second story residential units in downtown, it just hasn't happened, and we've been told by the real world developers that have looked at it that it doesn't pencil out. So, anyway.
So again, I think if the board will come to direction later, but I think staff would kind of throw this out again as a starting point for discussion. The scale, once we go public, would be much more refined. I was just kind of throwing a line on a map. And again, finally, the third component to this is an analysis of underdeveloped or undeveloped land that's not adjacent. So really kind of out in our environs, right? So even further out in our eastern corridor, we need to look for opportunities. We need to do an estimation for the cost of infrastructure, viability, and appropriateness for development. Again, I think we assume based on the policies we have, this is primarily going to be east. It doesn't say we have to actually include those areas for growth, but we have to analyze them, right? So I think we need to actually look at some of these areas and say, this might make sense. Like, we have a little bit in, just looking around the further edges.
Yeah, Shady Lane, all the way up to Shady Lane has been looked at for multifamily housing.
That's where the LPPA ended up
Mhm.
9 years ago.
And there's some criteria in the way the law is written around, like, some of the language in census definitions of place. And so I need to get better understanding from DOLA, looking, kind of dive in and kind of understand exactly what that looks like on the map, how far we need to go. But again, my opinion is, it doesn't mean we necessarily have to, rewrite the whole comprehensive plan. I think it's just kind of connect these two through this exercise. So in terms of next steps, yeah, go ahead.
I do think, it's really important that we remember this was written for the whole metro region, and we're the anomaly here. So, they may not make a lot of sense to us specifically, but when you have all these communities butting up next to each other and there's just a little space between them, it very much makes sense to review what is that space in between and is it appropriate for it to become part of one of those communities and development. So just remember that we know we're the anomaly here. They know we're the
Mhm.
anomaly here. And they are, it sounds like this discussion, they were much more flexible.
Yeah, I think it was a really good conversation
Yeah.
with Dola. I think,
Yeah.
you know, given the Lions' unique context, the work we've already done here. So in terms of next steps, staff would propose that, you know, do kind of this same overview with PCDC and then actually work with PCDC to kind of refine the strategic growth overlay area, really work to identify those existing policies and goals in our comprehensive plan, narrow the areas of analysis for components 2 and 3. And then staff would work with all of our appropriate boards and commissions, anybody that has a role in growth and land use for infrastructure and wildlife and natural hazards and appropriate for housing. And then finally, hold some public engagement opportunities and then return back to you all with a recommendation for and growth element for review and final direction.
And the timing on that is?
So technically, we have to have this done by the end of the year. However, again, as I mentioned, I think as long as we're making progress, I don't know that it's an aggressive timeline, but they just published their guidance on this in March. So Dola's barely ahead of us on this one.
But it is not something, if we're gonna include all these steps, we can.
Yeah, we probably need to get started.
What do you think they really want from us? Are they trying to build a collection of these reports, all of the affected areas, and they just want our entry in that so that they can check us off? Do they want to be convinced that we understand and we're committed to working our own housing issues?
I think it's both.
Yeah.
I get the sense that they, you know, I think the conversation I had
Let me
with,
ask one more question.
yeah, go ahead.
And it's just one more piece of that I'd like to understand whether they care about or don't care about.
Okay.
Are they trying to lay the predicate for a later step that expects us to build more income aligned, more affordable, or just more housing? Or is it really about just making sure that we've got a process underway?
My conversations with Dola, and I think Dola is really clear when you communicate with them, they are charged with implementing and overseeing the legislation. I think it's the policy folks at the state level that may or may not drive what happens next. But the conversations with Dola is really about the law says this, and here's kind of the best way we can interpret and administer that law in their role of oversight. I think it's a great political question, but I don't think Dola is the one that's driving that, at least at this step level.
What's the penalty for non-compliance?
I think this is one of the laws that, you know, we potentially don't get grants and things like that.
Well, to be specific, the statute has prescribed
Mhm.
penalties, and this was all talked
Mhm.
about when we talked about the doctor. There are 2 prescribed consequences of not, for example, doing a housing action plan. You will not get further land planning grants,
Mhm.
and you will not get Proposition 123 housing grants. Those are the 2 consequences in the
In the law.
statute. But Governor Polis has expanded on that
Mhm.
and basically said, you're not gonna get anything from the state unless you comply.
Mhm.
And there, last I heard at least, there was litigation pending saying, hey, Governor Polis, statute says this, you said that, you
Mhm.
overstepped your authority. You have no statutory authority to withhold, for example, a grant for the wastewater treatment plant because we didn't do a housing action plan. And so that's number 1, subject to dispute in the courts and ongoing litigation right now. And number 2, we've got a new governor to be named probably in about a month. And there's some question whether the next governor would take
Mhm.
that same extra step of trying to broaden the statutory penalty. So Trustee Lowell's question is a good one.
I agree. I think it's always good to know what the consequences are if we don't follow through on something. I also don't know that this is going to result in anything that's dramatically different than what we already have on the books today with our comprehensive plan. That's kind of based on the policies we have. I think it's more just a few examples of what strategic infill could look like. And again, I think you'll see an example of that on the June 15th meeting. Some of you kind of got a preview of that as the previous board. We have the R3 zoned property out behind the Tebow property. We have an example site plan from the developer, right? I think that's another example site plan. That might be 20 some units. The site plan you're gonna see here, on here, I believe is 20 some units. That's halfway there. And then I think you have a few example policies of maybe, one or two more annexations. And I think we've pretty easily connected the housing needs assessment to this plan. So yes, we need, in, staff's opinion, if you want to comply with the law, we need to get started, but I don't think we're wildly far apart.
And he said 27 units, if you use the standard multiplier of 2.5 people per unit, gets you pretty close to 80, somewhere close to 87.
This is 87 households, not 87 people,
Okay, all right, so
but yeah.
Can I add an answer?
27 units still, with 27 units would leave you 60 short if you're counting one household per unit.
Again, I think we'll have a few examples and we're never going to be held to building them, but I think the examples that we have will demonstrate that there's probably capacity within our existing plan on some of these underutilized sites that could demonstrate that the town has a path to meeting the need.
I was gonna wait till the water supply element, but it's not specific to that from what I see and not looking at the housing side as much. But listening to a presentation that Dola did have on the water supply. That to me, even just try to look at it at the base value for what the law says it was, to add strategic growth and water supply to your comp plan. So that I wouldn't be looking, I mean, you may have to, but one, they're trying to me to get people to look long-term for strategic growth. That we don't, I wouldn't be looking at the immediate needs and all the answers to right now in the housing action plan. It appeared that they wanted it to be taken into consideration long-term, that we might even be talking about strategies that would help 50 years from now. So it was me a harder idea for both the strategic growth and the water supply. They added water supply because that's a concerning element for growth. Now, most people talk about water supply in Colorado as one of the limiting factors to growth. But I was just looking at it from the high level of what they wanted, and that's strategic planning in the comp plan, not specific elements. Again, I haven't looked at the housing action plan relationship to this, but it's to me almost harder than just coming up with immediate solutions. How are you all going to develop strategies that can be put in the comp plan for sustainable long-term growth?
Now,
And how does the water
our
do
comp
that?
plan, like Lisa says, has that in it.
Right,
That's our stated goals, and we've got strategies, and that's clearly in there. Although the specifics of how you implement those are always where the problems happen. Hey, can I ask another kind of more general question, which is, we have tried to communicate to DOLA and Dr. Cobb, although we've got nowhere with them, but particularly to DOLA, we have some specific limiting factors and lines, many of them citizen initiated. Do you think the people that you talked with at DOLA understand that, for example, when you see the large amount of town-owned land that we have within our small area, that, as Trustee Lowell says, we can't really use that unless the citizens vote yes. And when you see these potential annexation areas, Lucan property being a good example, we can't do that unless the citizens say yes. Does DOLA have an understanding that not just in our size and where we are in the lack of transit centers and that kind of stuff, but in things that our citizens have put into place? It wasn't the board that put those into place, it was the citizens, that we have limiting factors here that are unique to Lyons. Do they get that?
I think DOLA recognized that every community has interesting and lived, Lyons has unique factors, but I think a lot of communities that are either surrounded by other municipalities, that are essentially built out in other ways. I think that's why it's strategic, right? And I think the vacant and underutilized property is kind of the goal of this analysis, right? Like, instead of assuming every community, again, prevent sprawl, right? That's one of the primary goals of this. Instead of continuing to grow, recognizing a lot of our communities are bound and constrained. Ours are different than, Wheat Ridge, right? But everybody has constraints. Where's the strategic way to still accommodate housing?
what I'm saying is, do they recognize that Lyons is not like those other places, not just in terms of being bounded by other communities? We're not really that close to the bound, we're more bound by open space than we are other communities. But do they understand that to do things such as they suggested in some of their strategies, it takes popular vote of Lyon citizens to do them?
But other
Because
communities-
our 5 acre rule is unique.
Yeah,
And our SOPOS ordinance on half acre and town on, it is unique.
I think
There's
they,
not another, there are other places that have that.
I don't know that they are aware of the very specific things in Lyons. However, I still think they expect us to do the analysis.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
But my question is, when we do that analysis and we tell them using town-owned property in Lyons is different than using town-owned property in Boulder, oh, as our citizens did this. Do they, I'm wondering if they understand that, and I don't know if
That they expect us to use town-owned property.
Yeah, that's what I'm
that was
thinking.
one of their first strategies in the draft housing future plan that their consultant prepared.
What?
Trustee Schwartz has a question or comment.
Well, several months ago, I think it was in March, I went to the Rocky Mountain Land Institute conference
Mhm.
at University of Denver, and folks from DOLA were presenting on this. And I think the point of this strategic growth, requirement in the comp plan is exactly what Aaron just said. It's very much about how are we managing water over 52, some land planners from Aurora, they're like, we plan 100 years in advance, right? So, so this is, if you're a person at the state you're managing housing in a housing crisis, and it is to the point where companies aren't moving here to the state. It's a huge problem for the economic development of our state. So they are just trying to encourage local governments to work together. Housing is a regional issue. People don't live and work and play in the same place. And so I think it's great that we're working with Dr. Cobb. I think it comes with some trade-offs of, just having to communicate how this is gonna work in Lyons, but Casey
McPherson.
she's a huge fan of Lyons. I mean, she did our training for PCDC. She would come and talk with us and do a workshop with us.
If that's
on this,
helpful,
but,
sure.
I mean, there's a lot of fans of Lyons at DOLA, I think, and
Again, I think DOLA would probably come and say their task is to implement the state law.
Yeah.
To the way the legislation was written and to interpret it as consistently and fairly across all communities if they can.
Our
So,
job is to figure out how we work, we do that within the unique constraints that
Yeah.
Lyons has, because yes, every community has constraints, ours are ours and theirs are theirs,
Yeah.
and strategy.
mhm,
Let me ask a nuts and bolts question.
sure.
Staff can do the strategic growth planning, we don't need to go hire a consultant, right?
Well, so I think that's a question for the board. If DOLA seemed very comfortable with what I shared here, again, include a few examples of, again, we could include the town hall site, we could include a sample site from the TiVo R3, and then maybe a few, have to maybe pick another site. And we could include a few examples of that and then do a little bit of refine this map. And then point to the existing policies we have. If the board would like to do something more in depth than that and do more specific site analysis and more specific policy change, then I think consultant support would be great. And yeah.
so are you gonna share, because I know we only have a couple more minutes left.
On the grant?
Yes.
Yeah, so before we switch topics to the grant, let's maybe see what other, with the water supply element, what other questions are.
Can I make
Sure.
one comment?
Just
Yeah.
a different way to think about the gap, like the income aligned housing. My brain goes to like income side. And just one example that I can share, I mean, know that we don't have the power to like dictate wages that are dished out by business owners, but what I can share from my lived experience is that like one example, like a chain business that ends up in Lyons, like when Boulder County changed their minimum wage. That didn't come to Lions. I didn't, as somebody who was working one of those jobs, didn't see that raise. And when asked, I went, there's this cool, tool through like the Boulder County Community Foundation website called Trends, where you can look up all kinds of different data points. And I was looking at how high our cost of living is here in Lyons, even compared to Boulder proper. However, whatever is in place here that kept the minimum wage from changing is maybe another way that we could approach this topic, because, you know, somebody who's tipped out, like working a service job, as we think about expanding commercial properties, you know, somebody who's tipped out in Boulder has to make $16 and change, and then it's assumed that the tip wages will cover the rest to get you to an appropriate like living wage. But Lyons, it's still at 12, which is ridiculous, even if you're getting tipped. And so that's just something we can see of, like, we're in Boulder County, even though we're separate from in some ways, like, what are ways that we can help our citizens, our working class people get those same kinds of regional or countywide changes? How can they affect our town so that, you know, that $4 would have made a huge difference with how much I was like serving coffee.
Why are we under Boulder County auspices for minimum wage?
I'm trying to remember how that happened. I don't know if you remember. We had the ability, municipalities could opt in or opt out, and they thought it would hurt our business community even further
Oh,
to
I see.
be able to pay that $25 an hour because they were already struggling.
Gotcha.
So the board opted out at some point. Do we have the authority as a statutory town to set our own minimum wage?
That's a good question. Let's find out.
The answer to that.
Just a thought of like other
We
creative
do.
ways. Just
Oh, we do.
That's a change in state law a few years ago. I can get more information on it if you want, but I recall that we do have the authority.
Right.
So just as we look at these sites and potential for expansion or not, like maybe the answer isn't in changing the housing structure. Maybe the answer is in how do we create more affluent community members as we work towards more commercial properties.
Director Kaplan, water in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, so I thought I was sharing my screen just to share. And then put together just some real big highlights here. It was on the memo too, right? Again, the water supply element also has 3 components. Consultation with the entities that supply water. In Lyons' case, we supply our own water. And for the most part, we only supply water to residents. We have a few outliers, but for the most part, we only have to talk to ourselves and no one else needs to talk to us about how to handle the water supply. Include water conservation policies. And then the third one was to estimate the range of water supplies and facilities needed. For the most part, I gave some more examples below. I think we are already doing much of this. The water conservation policies could potentially be expanded or emphasized a bit more, but we do have some. I think where we need to emphasize the changes is what we include in the comp plan. So I then included the 3 items that I saw quickly in the comp plan. Under the infrastructure, there's the goal to maintain and improve the town's water and wastewater resources to ensure safe and sustainable services. And then there's just the 2 different policies that are there. But I don't know that they specifically talk about the strategic growth aspect to our water supply. But again, I think we're already in a good place. I emphasized before with Longmont, when they set up for our initial agreement, Longmont has been someone who is very conservative on water. Mayor, the article you recently sent was an interview with their current water resources director. I think Wes Lowry took over for Ken Houston. And so I talked to him quite a bit over time, and so it was documented there that he's talking about how they have always planned very long-term and that planning for the 7-year drought. And I think that was incorporated into the agreement we had and why we have required water rights and are sitting in a pretty good place for our water supply. I think there's still things to look at, trying to monitor the differences between what water we get from our native water that I talked about a little bit in that workshop that comes off the St. Vrain Creek here and how limited that is, and what water we get from the western slope and what impacts that could have with long-term concerns with that. But from a strategic planning aspect, again, I think it's just trying to document what we already have and how we include that in the comp plan and potentially work on some additional conservation policies that we might want to put in there. I added a few items to those notes of where we already are with our agreement, how we already require water rights, our portfolio, and again, working together. So there was also some discussion on making sure you're looking at other jurisdictions. And we are, again, we work with Longmont closely because of our agreement, but also recently just working with Folder, and even Greeley was on there, although they separated off on some of the recent drought monitoring for the northern Front Range and being slightly different than Denver. So I think we have policies or just actions that have been done that show that we are working together in our region.
Interesting to me that there'd be a statutory requirement to put a water component into the comprehensive plan, but not wastewater. When, if we're looking at the eastern corridor as our primary area of strategic growth, it's not the water that constrains us, it's the wastewater treatment facility. Until we get that fixed, we really can't grow in the eastern corridor, correct?
Correct.
Well,
I think some of that is wastewater is, a lot of it is based on finance. Water is the infinite, or is the finite resource that we only have so much of. Wastewater is about treatment and what you can do. And while there may be some finite items there, in general, you could treat the water, you just need the money and space and capability to do that. Whereas water, you can't, at this point yet, truly create it out of thin air.
Other questions, comments from the board, then we need to move on to our next topic.
we can cover the grant at the end,
Or
the directions at the
Yeah,
end.
yeah.
We can have the grant discussion at the end during the section.
Did you need to talk about the fast track or no?
We can include that in the discussion direction at the end. The fast track grant.
Okay, next item for the remainder of the workshop is board and commission appointment process, and we'll have a quick notation of a few points that have come up from prior discussions. Number one, I'm pretty sure, I think we all agree that there's a need to define what's meant and expand a little bit on what's meant by confirmed. When it says board and commission members shall be appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the board, and there's nothing in the existing code that says what confirmed means. I think Trustee Lowell has a proposed expansion of that in the proposed process. Secondly, there's clearly an issue about what happens between the initial 2-year term to which the member is appointed and confirmed, and the 6 years that's the maximum term that's set, that maximum service time is set out in there. The language in the code about that is hard to understand, at least for me, and I think for a lot of other people too. And then thirdly, which is something that's really an immediate, kind of immediate concern, is board and commission members that have reached the end of their 6-year limit, but continue to serve. Are they still eligible to vote and participate? And what's the actual process for reapplying, which the code says is an appointment? So those three things, and there may be more that people want to suggest, but Trustee Lowell, you've been working on a suggestion on
Yeah, let me,
what should confirmed mean.
let me lead off here on this. I put together this policy for your entertainment and consideration. And basically, it retains the mayor's choice of appointees, but it also includes a mechanism for the board to confirm them. And confirming, if you read through this, my idea of confirming is that this board would see the applicant's resume or application ahead of the meeting. The discussion of it would occur when the appointment is made, and the mayor would ask for if there's to be any objections, at which point we would discuss the applicant's qualifications, or we could just say, yes, we approve, and we move on. We have confirmed that. There's no job interview, as it were. The applicant doesn't have to be interviewed by this board. We don't have to take a gimlet eye to his or her application. It's just a question of getting the application ahead of time, so we all get a chance to see the qualifications of the appointee, and either saying yay or nay when it comes up for appointment by the mayor. The only thing that I couldn't figure out is if there is an objection to an applicant, where do we go from here? The mayor can withdraw, choose new, he obviously will not appoint the person, but there's some other considerations there about, do we go to choice 2, for example? Who's the next one in line? And there's also a consideration in there, if there are multiple applicants for the same position, we should be happy to have that, by the way, because
Doesn't happen often.
it doesn't happen very often at all. If we get multiple applications, it means there's multiple vacancies on that board. So there it is for your discussion.
Well, I also did some work and looked at some other towns' processes, and asked Dolores to give you a little bit of a handout with some how other places do it and some of my ideas on how we might wanna change things. I think some of what you had in there makes sense. You guys have a handout about,
There's 3.
yes, you have that. I don't have that. That's okay, because I know it's the excerpts from the other municipalities. Yeah, because I did one, I was also curious about the idea of whether this is generally done by a mayor or by a town council or board of trustees. And every place that I looked at, I think one, it might have been Estes Park or another one had a mayor appoint. Otherwise, it was all the town council or the board of trustees that has a clear key role in this whole thing. So, I think I'm wondering about something along the lines of how we managed the task forces. Now, again, if we have one application, then we all look at the application and we can have a vote up or down. If there's an objection, we can discuss it. I think, we talked about the concern about airing, getting very personal and getting into a lot of details. I think if we follow the ethics code, then we are always going to be speaking in a respectful manner and talking about appropriate things. So I think that can be our guide stone there, and that we wouldn't be saying things up here that wouldn't be appropriate to be said. But yeah, I really like the idea of a vote to confirm, because I think that's what confirmation means. I also gave sort of a little red line going through other aspects of the code, because I don't think that was the only confusing piece. I think there was some questions about whether there's an opening, a successor being appointed, whether we call it an opening or a vacancy, or, a little bit of lack of clarification. So I tried to clarify that when there's a vacancy or an opening, that we post it and that we accept applications. Maybe we define a period of time. We certainly don't want it to be a month, but at least a few days, so that people can be aware and the town can put a blast out and say, hey, we've got some vacancies. Accept applications for any opening or vacancy. Not just the ones that are deemed appropriate for applications to be accepted for.
Don't we advertise and can we post all vacancies now?
And Kim will periodically to send e-blast saying, we've got several openings on several commissions, please apply.
Well, and I'm kind of referencing the Parks and Rec situation where there's no vacancy and then there was so just that I understand that that's not happening. Well, let's talk about what's different about it, and so we can clarify that as well. How do you see that as different?
In order so that we don't go multiple directions at once.
Okay.
The first thing that was suggested was, what should the confirmation process be? Assume there's a vacancy and the mayor has proposed an appointment or multiple appointees to multiple positions. Is that something, is that part of the process still something that the board wants to do, or does the board? I've also looked at what other places do. You can have nominations from commissions and the board does interviews. There's a lot of different processes. But what do the rest of the board think about the basic process of should the mayor, basically, it's kind of like a nomination, propose an appointee and the board either agrees to that, or if there's an objection, the board discusses, is that?
I finished, I was
Oh, okay.
gonna
I'm
speak to,
sorry.
yeah, no, I did get a little off track. So as far as that goes, I think what we did with the task force was nice, you know, we see 3 applications, we look at 3 applications, we vote, we hand it to Dolores counselor, or whatever, I mean, there's, and then we choose, and then that one person that was. Then we make a formal vote in the meeting, so similar to what we did for the task force process, but defining that a little bit more clearly.
The task force is governed by a different section.
Yeah,
And
so we're rewriting the
it-
code, right?
Well, that section of the code already provided that the board did the selection, and because of the nature of your task force, you're always gonna have multiple applicants, and so board voting, that's what happens. But it's different when you have a single applicant for a single vacant position, which is the normal situation. That would
Yeah.
help.
I'm proposing something for if there's more than one applicant.
Also, I guess the question is dealing with the usual situation, if you've got one applicant that the mayor has nominated, if you want to call it that, proposed as an appointee. And the board has the right to say yes or no. I would think 90+% of the time you're gonna say yes. Is that something the board is still comfortable with? I'd like to hear from the trustees about it.
I'm happy to share my initial 2 cents worth here. It strikes me that if there are multiple applicants or even multiple people expressing an interest that turn into applications, it would be useful for the trustees to be able to see those applications.
Sure.
And that won't always be the case. The special case is when there's only one. But in either case, I would think trustees should have access to that pile of application.
Right.
Be able to contemplate whether one person on it, that list, whether it's a list of 1 or a list of 5, is a natural candidate for the position. And I do think it's the mayor's role to choose from among the people, if it's a pile, or to elevate the one person if it's one, and the mayor sees fit to nominate that person. And then it's the trustee's role to either say, we thought there were some better people in the pile, but we had some people who we thought were more suited to this role, or who filled a gap among the people who were already on the commission. And for that reason, wouldn't necessarily choose this person. I think it would be very rare for there to be one person and for the trustees to say, we have an objection to that one person.
Okay, but just so everybody's aware, we're already circulating applications. We decided to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's it.
It's not required
See all
here,
that. No,
but I do think that is an important protection, is that everybody can see all the applications.
Agreed.
And when mayor nominates someone, we have that context. And yes, I think our role at that point is very much like any legislative and executive role. We advise and consent, and the consent is important. We have a vote and we say, yes, we agree, or we say, no, we don't agree, and we talk about why. But I don't think it's up to us to choose the people from among a stack of 5. I think it's up to us to confer with the mayor about the mayor's preference.
There are some systems in other places, I think Longmont does that, where the board actually interviews candidates. Which, is there any interest in that?
I think we already put a lot of
Yeah,
energy into this. And if the mayor's willing to put a little extra energy, and some of us can intervene every once in a while and make sure we understand the pool and the process, that feels like enough.
one other element of this too, that trustee Lola put in there, and that I'd already decided to do a policy that I think is good from the mayor's standpoint, is that the mayor would consult with both the chair of the commission that's involved and the board liaison that's involved. It would be difficult for the mayor should not consult with 6 other trustees outside of the meeting about applicants. That would have to, that discussion as my understanding has to take place in the meeting. But I think as trustee Lowell drafted that, that would also become basically a policy. That the mayor doesn't just show up at the meeting and say, here's my favorite applicant, but he's actually consulting with the board chair and the trustee liaison, which gives at least the trustee most familiar with that commission some input into the process before you get public. And it could be, one or two where that's been the case in the past where either the board chair or the board liaison would say, I don't think that person's quite a fit for the group that we have here.
I think those are good consultations, which the mayor may choose, or the trustees may choose to overrule. I would add a third to those. I would say that the staff liaison to that commission should also be consulted.
Here's the real world situation, is any board or commission that I've been on, the person who is interested always sits in on at least one meeting, sometimes a couple meetings, sometimes 3 meetings. Just to get the lay of the land to see, is this a good fit for me? Do I want to serve on this board and commission? Hasn't always worked out that way recently. We had 3 appointees to the ecology board. We never saw them until they walked in the door the first time after they were appointed. They've worked out famously. It's been a wonderful situation. But I'm just saying that normally an interested applicant attends a meeting just to figure out what this is all about. I mean, some people come to the ecology board and they have a totally different idea of what the ecology board is supposed to be doing. So,
I don't know that that's happened at PCDC.
And I didn't do that for I watched it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So for me, living here a very long time, doing on boards, witnessing all of it, coming to these meetings, this is the easy part. The complicated part is when every 2 years you might get a new mayor. And if they're gonna do the administrative side and look at the long list of all the people and say, our last mayor did it on the Sustainable Futures Commission, it's 2 people, you've already been in here too long, bye-bye, and then they didn't have candidates, so they had to ask one of them to come back. So there should be another process documented that says, as we analyze the list every year, we see who's on there that maybe is coming up for their ends of their terms, and you list those positions way before. So to your point, maybe the person can come and weigh in and do a little tech transfer. But just to say, oh, you're at the end, but we don't have any other candidates. And we're lucky, we have a lot of engaged people that want to help us on our boards and commissions.
That was kind of the third issue I wanted to get to, is what do we do at the end of whatever term limit, if you want to call it, that we set. That's just a kind of a pressing issue at the moment. But the middle issue is the way the code reads now, new appointees, however they're confirmed, have 2-year terms. And I'm sure I get the exact language of the code right, because this is the language that is confusing, and I think the town attorney has correctly stated has some ambiguities in it. It says, each term shall begin on the day of appointment, end on the same day in the final year of the term, so a 2-year term. However, whenever possible, each appointee to a board or commission shall hold office until his or her successor is appointed and qualified. Number one, what does whenever possible mean? Does that mean somebody's still alive? Does that mean, it probably means for like, when there's residency requirements like the DCDC and the Board of Adjustments, that they're still a resident. But other than that, I'm not sure whenever possible, I'm not sure what that means. And then secondly, as written, that part of the code envisions the possibility, at least, of a successor being appointed. And then it follows, the next sentence says, appointments may be for less than a full term. So what seems to be implied there is, if a successor is appointed for, it basically takes over the rest of a term for an existing member. And that's, the question is, do we want to still keep doing that? Trustee Schwartz and I talked a little bit about this over the weekend, and related to that question is, should 6 years be the limit? Maybe instead of an initial 2-year term and some unclear status between years 2 and 6, maybe we go to 4-year terms, which seems to be the norm in most other places that I looked at. Trustee Schwartz, do you have any thoughts about that?
I think from a consistency perspective and a staff administrative perspective, maybe 4 years might be easier to manage. I'll just speak from PCDC perspective. I think we did a good job in January, always like doing the officers, but we didn't ever kind of tally where people's terms were at. And maybe we can embed that into those annual meetings across boards and commissions. You know, I think a 4-year term for our boards and commissions begs the question of a 4-year term for trustees. Which we did all talk about, at one of the convenings, but, I've heard some people worry that 4-year terms would scare folks off.
As opposed to.
To,
But
you
of
know,
course,
feels like a longer commitment, but life happens. You know,
It's 2 or 4.
whether it's 2 or 4, I mean, I think we would just have to all do a good job of.
as a practical matter, in the past, we have not reviewed every, I don't know, there's 70, 77, something like that, members of our commission. If the staff and the mayor and the board have to review every one of those every 2 years, that's an administrative burden. And doing it every 4 years would have that burden. And if you did it if you did 4-year terms, that would not at all preclude doing what we've been done with the 6-year terms. At the end of that 4 years, if that person has worked out and wants to stay on and they fit well with the commission and they've developed some knowledge and expertise in that area, and the mayor, if they want to reapply and be reappointed, he certainly can.
Do you implement the 4-year term with the existing board and commission members and say, you know, you thought you were here for 2, but you're really here for 4?
Well, I think what she's suggesting is you wouldn't have, the 2-year wouldn't enter into it. You're being appointed for a term of up, you could say up to 4 years. And of course, nobody, if anybody wants off a board or commission, anybody can resign at any time. For personal, business reasons, whatever.
So I think for me, what we've talked about, I like the idea of the board confirming by vote. I like the idea of sharing the applications as trustee Williams shared.
Would you vote on each candidate individually or a slate, or would you do it in the form of, are there any objections, and then if there's an objection, you vote on the objected to?
I think it kind of depends on how many vacancies there are and how that would, if there's one applicant or multiple. But we would just vote on one seat.
So if there's a single applicant, which really most of the cases is the norm, the mayor would just propose to appoint an applicant, and if the board member had an objection, they'd say an objection, there'd be discussion about.
I
Yes,
wouldn't
but I like what-
phrase it necessarily as an objection, or just an opportunity to discuss it. And it might surface objections, or it might surface universal support.
Okay.
And I think it would be common for you to have nominees for multiple positions. More often than
Usually
you
the
have
case,
multiple candidates for a single position.
right?
And either way, if we had something to say, I think we could speak up.
And if there are multiple applicants for a position, everybody gets copies of all the applications. The mayor proposes the appointment, and the board, in that case, would you actually vote? Is that
We would discuss it,
just discuss it?
we would vote, but we wouldn't be voting between nominees.
Right.
We'd be voting up or down on the mayor's nominee.
By consensus or by actual
By majority.
consensus?
So it'd be a,
Majority vote.
be a record
We
vote.
would click. I don't want to lose what Mayor Pro Tem said earlier, though, about being clear about when folks are coming on with a couple months notice, so we could get,
Not a board function, so.
What does everybody else think about the idea of 4 instead of 6? I also did a survey, and 4 is the most common. Although there's one that's unusual, I forget which one it was, but there's one that expressly says, all commission members shall serve at the pleasure of the board, like an at-will employee. So,
Like force it.
you think 4?
We
Sure.
can take a break or reapply or.
Maybe 4 with a possibility of a 2-year extension instead of a 4-year extension. 8 seems like a lot.
Well, and I'm not sure the number of years of the terms has ever been an issue. I'm not, is there a problem with 2-year terms and you can serve up to 3 and then after that point you have to reapply and there has to, I mean, is there any? I had no issue with the number of years. I had an issue with the process of deciding that someone is almost up to their 6 years and then would be renewed.
I think it speaks to the process of like, you know, if they are on for 2-year terms up to 6, then there's this like, I think what they're speaking to is that there is like a gray area between 2 and 6. There's like a whole 4-year gap of, what do I do? How do I stay engaged? How do I like?
One 4-year
confirm my-
term and then people can reapply
And
after a
reapply,
4-year term.
rather than asking volunteer citizens to reapply every 2 years, which would be
Well, it
maybe.
would have been every 6
100%
years is how it's done, instead of every 6 years. So we're actually adding more application and we're going from, if someone chose to do 6, but I don't, the number of years is.
But it would just be
Least
like
difference,
the
right?
1 4-year instead of saying 2 for up to 6, so then it just maybe makes it less ambiguous.
I think it simplifies, that's for sure. So, and it also, the administrative burden of checking on 77 people every 2 years is considerable.
Just from experience and dealing with this for many years. People are scared off by 4-year terms. That's part of the reason the Board of Trustees hasn't become 4 years. But I would just throw out there, maybe consider 3. 3, then you're not lining up with every mayor changing and them appointing, you know, it has a little. 3 may sound a little less scary than 4, but not as administratively cumbersome as 2. I just throw it out there because I know that 4 gets thrown out a lot and it always comes up that that's just. It's a number that's big. It's the whole time your kid's in middle or high school. It's a long time.
You're right, and that is one of the primary reasons it's been discussed before about going to 4-year terms, that people, even though you can resign after 4-year term if you want to,
They don't want,
people are reluctant.
they want to commit to what they're committing to. But that is a long time.
It's interesting.
What does the rest of the board think about 3-year terms?
It has the elegance of a re-enlistment hitting the magic 6.
And then you can have 2 3-year terms. But do we have them reapply at 3?
Well,
I'd say yes.
That's the next one.
Or they just fill out a form that says, yes, I'm doing great here, I fit great, this is working for me. I mean, I'm against your idea of like forever terms because we've seen where we need fresh blood. We need
Never
people.
suggest forever terms.
We have all the,
I've never suggested forever terms ever. Even implied it.
Let's get to the end of the term issue. Is a pressing issue right now in a number of respects. What the code now says is it's under the subparagraph C of vacancies. And so it says all vacancies shall be filled in the same manner as for an expired term, but the appointment may be effective immediately in May. So we're in the vacancy paragraph. And right now it says 6 years. It says after 6 consecutive years on one board or commission, the member may reapply to serve additional terms. Doesn't say what year term, presumably to, at the discretion of the mayor. That's ambiguous in one sense, and does that mean they can only reapply if the mayor says, yes, I use my discretion that you may reapply? Or if they reapply, is it the mayor's discretion that they serve the term? And do you even take that to the board? I can tell you that the practice that's been observed doesn't fit with what's in the code. The practice that has been in place for many years now is that when a board and commission member reaches 6 years, if the mayor has no problem with them staying on, they just continue to serve. They have not reapplied. Which creates some issues. For example, we'll use the Board of Adjustments as an example. Right now, there are 6 members on the Board of Adjustments. 3 of the 6 members have been there for more than 6 years. They've continued on the Board of Adjustments, which meets when needed and voted, counted towards a quorum, all that sort of thing, without ever reapplying. As I read this, that puts us at somewhat of a risk if the Board of Adjustments makes an actual decision. And unlike advisory commissions, the Board of Adjustments and the PCDC can make final binding decisions. if you've got people participating in that decision, either they're the ones that was necessary for a quorum, or they cast the deciding vote, but they never went through the reapplication process. Was that a valid vote or not? I think that's a pressing issue now. And Attorney Dittman had suggested that that particular part of the problem could be addressed by adding a sentence here that says, in between, there's 6 years, we could change it to 4 or 3, and the time that they're reappointed, they just continue to be eligible to serve and vote and so forth, so you don't have that gap problem. But that still raises the issue of what should be the process when somebody reaches the end of their 3 or 4 or 6 years. Do they continue to just serve at the discretion of the mayor, which is how it's been done? We have 9 current board and commission members that are in that situation right now, or should they go through a reapplication process? So I'll throw that question out for discussion.
I think they should go through a reapplication process, even if it's a small one, just so that there isn't a situation where people are pulled off and then there's a vacancy. I know there were situations where that has happened prior to this moment. And so just to get rid of that ambiguity, they should reapply along with anybody else who gets that vacancy notice and chooses to do so.
And maybe noticed his vacancies.
Right, yes. And so then they could reapply along with other new applicants, and then you know, the mayor can weigh in on if it's worthwhile to keep this one person or to bring in a fresh voice, depending on, you know, the qualifications of all of the applicants.
You would think that if the mayor says this person's done a good job and the board chair and the board liaison are supportive of keeping this person on the commission, that usually that's gonna be.
But if somebody new's like moved
Right.
to town and wants to like give their opinion and be involved, then they have the opportunity to do so.
Right, but it does, that would do away with the situation, which has occurred frequently, actually, of the mayor saying, as I think you or somebody else said earlier, okay, you're at my discretion, you're off, and that's been done. One former commission member told me that when he got that call from the former mayor, said, you've been there a long time, thank you for your service. I'm gonna appoint somebody new, but they haven't even appointed anybody yet. That person said, there's an issue we've been working on, it's set for the next meeting. Is it okay with you if I resign after the next meeting? And the mayor told him, no, I don't want you to go to the next meeting. But agreed, if we actually start following a reapplication process, the mayor and the town staff would presumably notified of an upcoming vacancy before you reach that. Whether you actually got the reappointment done or not, don't know, but it would change that existing process of basically post 6-year members serving literally at the discretion of the mayor. Trustee Williams, go down the podium.
I think something in between moderates the amount of effort that we have to put into this process and preserves the continuity and experience of existing commission members without forcing a burden on them either. So I like Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion that there be a fairly simple application. And I would make that application as simple as, would you like to continue serving? And I think the trustees would like to see those notes. And I wouldn't open those potential vacancies for other applicants until that person's application has been vetted. Which in my mind is all of us seeing it, mayor deciding whether to propose a renewal, and then us being given an opportunity to discuss it and vote on it. And if for some reason we believe this is somebody who's done it forever and we need some new people in there, or we hear that there's an issue with the operation of that commission, then we could ask for more applicants. But I think there should be a presumption that somebody who is willing to continue serving should be able to do that and do it pretty simply. And I think I respect the idea that there could be people who are new to town or new to the process, or who for whatever reason would like to enter into this service. But I think there are lots of ways to do that. I think there are a bunch of commissions that are usually open, and we can't always pick and choose exactly where we're going to serve.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I think that's important. Some of the other groups I work with also have, I think Julie's got it in her notes, other requirements that we don't talk about. Trying to get whatever board, women and men, maybe different, whatever the dynamic is. When we talked about the Parks and Rec, trying to find someone from the confluence. I'm sure there's other boards in town where it'd be nice to have some kind of mix so that we're looking at that. And then I did notice another one on your list, I think. That you can't be on a board or commission if you're suing the town of Lyons, right? Which I thought was interesting. But yeah, and then making the process simple. Because we all forget how long we've been on boards too.
So would you be more in favor of simplified? Someone who's reached the end of their term, as Trustee Williams suggests, just if they reapply, you don't open it up to other applicants, or you think it should always be noticed as a vacancy and open it up to other applicants?
I guess it depends on the board. The continuity is really important, and that's what we've all talked about also with all of us, because it's like us on the PCDC. So.
But I don't think you can make it board by board.
No, yeah.
Too complicated.
Yeah,
So what's your preference between those two?
I would say after 6 years, you open it up,
Take other
even
applications.
if someone wants to do it, unless they're involved in a big project.
Trustee Old.
I think there ought to be a reapplication just for housekeeping purposes. I think the application that's put in should be simple and to the point. I've served on this board commission for 6 years, et cetera. That's it. I don't agree that it needs to be opened up, but you might make some valuable people that way, so.
What do you?
Well, Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion was that it also be advertised as somebody's 6-year term.
Well, you don't, but you said you wanted applications.
Yeah, well, yeah.
You mean just from the existing
From the existing.
person only?
Yes,
Of that.
a very simple application from the existing.
Trustee Schwartz.
So the options discussed are just, you come to the end, you say, yes, I wanna continue versus
Opening it up
opening
and
it
then
up
deciding.
and then seeing who comes in.
And I think if you come to the end of the 3, it's a super simple application. When you come to the end of the 6, it becomes opened up for that's what I've been, okay, I see, that's.
I could even see a hard stop at 6.
Okay, okay. Thank you for that clarifying.
They take care of it all.
Yeah. So I'm comfortable with at the 3, the quick. Do you want to continue to serve at the end of the 6, open it?
Open it up. Is that, seems like there needs to be a consensus on that.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And at the end of the 3, if they say no, then we post it and open it up for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a vacancy. You'd handle that in a normal process.
And could, we consider, unless there's an extenuating circumstance, when the boards and commissions really got messed up was after the flood.
Oh, yeah.
We gave them they did not have proper procedures and
Yeah.
action for like 2 years after that. Because we had recovery groups going and them, so there may be a point where we're at a 6-year, and if there's something like that happening, we just, a board action to say, please, everyone stay in your seats until we get through this.
I have a problem with the hard stop at 6. I really do, because I've known too many situations, and I only go into individuals, but there are a number of situations where when someone hits the 6-year mark, their expertise and experience was extremely valuable. I don't know if maybe, I don't know if you set a different standard for having them go past
It's a
6.
re-application.
Or not, but yeah, they have to do the application process, and so I guess,
Boost it.
yeah,
And then.
I guess so, but I wouldn't want to prohibit someone who's been there 6 years from continuing to serve if that's the will of the mayor and the board. That's happened so many times and been so valuable. Go down and name commissions, so that's the place that I wouldn't want.
Well, some of them were 8, 12, 13.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I disagree. I think it's just formalizing the process.
Yeah. At 6 years, there's a vacancy posted and they can reapply.
And somewhere somebody's got a spreadsheet of all the people that are serving and women.
Oh, we didn't.
I have
I do, I do.
Can I think?
Yes.
Really quick, I don't, this excerpts from other codes municipalities is really awesome and has piqued my interest a lot. And 2 points that I just wanna note for us to consider, whatever we do with them is whatever, but I like this note on the removal. That it says following notice and an opportunity to be heard. I think that that's really awesome and something we can consider. And then and that's from Erie.
Are you talking about like removal for cause?
Yes, or like whatever the process that wherever it wants to be implemented, I just think that that's a really nice piece to add. Just like so that, because people with hurt feelings are gonna talk regardless, so.
We've
giving
got
it
a,
formal-
we've got a removal for cause provision in that we haven't talked about, and it's done at the board and commission level, actually, not by the board of trustees.
Even so, within the Board of Commission itself, this would be beautiful to see an opportunity for.
That's probably required by basic due process anyway.
And then for Longmont, just point C there, in order to enhance community input and or provide additional technical assistance, the council may appoint non-voting members to the board for such terms as the council deems advisable. Could be awesome in this situation for, confluence representation, et cetera. Maybe that wants to be at the commission level, maybe it wants to be at trustee level. But that's cool, and that comes from Longmont, just something to consider.
First concept.
Yeah.
So removal.
Any-
Planning for removal.
Anything further on this topic? We can discuss this more at the, we try to summarize a little bit while our discussions at the regular meetings. Any further comments or suggestions in the workshop? On this topic? Oh, I will mention, as we talked about this at the regular meeting too. Because there is a quorum problem on the Board of Adjustments with the matter needing to be heard from them, and then to a lesser extent on the planning commission. It would be my intent at the next meeting on June 15th to go ahead and propose appointments of the 6-year plus members who are reapplying. We've gotten reapplications from some, but not all of them so far. Is there any issue with that?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Would it be a 2-year term? Until this gets.
I guess we're covered, until we change the code, they should be subject to what we have here now, yes. We didn't even talk about staggered term, but that's also common, as you can argue, but I think kind of as a next. Over the years, as things have evolved, and on most commissions, they're de facto are staggered terms now, for people. Come in and join at the same time, so. That's I will just say that. That's my intent to propose a set of appointments. Particularly in the PCDC and in the Board of Adjustments, because of upcoming matters where we need to make sure they've got a quorum, and we need to remove the issue of greater than 6-year. People who've been on there more than 6 years being qualified to count for a quorum or a vote. We don't want that to be an issue or a big decision in either one of those commissioners makes. Okay, with that, we'll take a break until the regular meeting at 7 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock. That's the fun part of the job. I'll call this meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Yes, Mayor Browning,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Winberg,
Present.
Trustee Jacobs.
Present?
Trustee Schwartz,
Present.
Trustee Lowell, Trustee Williams,
Present.
and Trustee McCreary.
Present.
You can all rise for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I invite everyone to take a moment to silently reflect on whatever gratitude, best wishes, remembrances, or other thoughts you choose about the Native American heritage of this land, our community, or anything of deep importance to you. Okay, I would entertain a motion for approval of the agenda or to change the agenda. Do I have a motion to that? So is there a second?
I'll second.
Any changes anyone wishes to make that to the agenda? If not, then I would call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Next item on the agenda is audience business. Do we have?
No, you have
Sign up for our people in the audience?
mayoral proclamation.
Oh,
That's
that's after our audience business.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. My agenda is.
Ours is different, yeah, mine is too, Diller.
On mine, it says audience business first, so.
Okay, we've got 7 speakers, so they'll each get 4 minutes. First, I have Kay Sparks, followed by Crystal DeCoster.
I would remind the speaker, we would request that you give your name, you don't have to give your street address, but please indicate if you live in Lyons or not. And we would also ask that the remarks be pertain to town business. So, okay.
Hey Sparks, I live in Apple Valley. Good evening. First, and this is important to all of you. Thank you for your support in helping me make an accurate report by speaking distinctly. I now have new hearing aids. Okay, they're AI, they're smarter than I am. They're doing wonderful, okay? Also, as a member of the Housing and Human Services Commission. We haven't met, this isn't official, but I've been sitting through your workshop. And there are a couple things. Remember that folks who are housing burdened, households that are housing burdened, that means their budget is stressed constantly. And every month, because they're paying over 30% of their income, they make decisions like, do we get a checkup? Do we get new shoes? Can we go down to the food pantry? So just that impacts it. And I realize that isn't part of all the decisions you make, but it's a very important part of what happens. To where I moved from, and this is separate from anything the PCD, anybody would decide, is the municipality got pretty creative with having people, when they wanted to build things, like Walgreens came in, to say, it can't be a single story. It has to have a second story. And they put in housing. I know there's limits for it, but being creative can get to things in a small area. Third is, I really encourage you to be as creative as you can. Learn from other municipalities, but you've got to be creative. And if you don't look for something, you will not find it.
Next is Crystal DeCoster, followed by Sarah Olson.
Yay to creativity. I'm Crystal, I live in Lyons, Ewald-ish area. Good evening, Mayor and Trustees. I'd like to thank Sarah Lorraine, Gil Sparks, and members of the Lyons Sundance Task Force for the tremendous amount of work accomplished in a very short period of time. Sundance presents an exciting opportunity, and I appreciate the effort to position Lions proactively rather than reactively as this regional conversation quickly and judiciously unfolds. As president of the Lions Creative District and a member of the task force, I'm particularly excited about the longer term relationship building opportunities that this presents. This week, Ashley Parks and I will represent the Lions Creative District at the Colorado Creative Industry Summit in Trinidad, joined by representatives from Lions Community Theater, the Arts and Humanities Commission, and the Town of Lions. One of the featured plenary discussions will focus specifically on Colorado's film industry and prep for the 2027 advent of Sundance. I look forward to bringing back insights, connections, best practices that may help Lions continue shaping a thoughtful, authentic, and sustainable role in this evolving effort, one that supports our residents, businesses, artists, and broader creative economy. Thanks for your consideration, your leadership, and your continued support of this time-sensitive work. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have Sarah Olson followed by Sandra Haber.
Am I allowed to pass this out? So, hi, I'm Sarah Olson. I'm from Eagle Valley, Eagle Canyon, I should say, Eagle Valley. Eagle Canyon. I'm gonna propose air conditioning to this building first. Anyways, good evening, members of the board. Thank you for your time and service to the town of Lyons. My name is Sarah Olson. I'm a resident of the Eagle Canyon neighborhood. I'm speaking tonight not to oppose or support the proposed Planet Bluegrass expansion, resolution 2026-29, which is initiating annexation proceedings for the property known as 19617 St. Vrain Drive, North St. Vrain Drive. But our deep care and concern for the future serenity, safety, and infrastructure of our town. Eagle Canyon is a vibrant neighborhood of over 40 homes. As we look at the development of the scale right next door, potentially adding 30 or more units in this west section, our goal as neighbors and, quite frankly, fans and patrons of Planet Bluegrass is simply to ensure that growth happens with rigorous oversight and clear answers to critical questions. To that end, we respectfully ask the board and the developers to address these 4, and actually 5, because we added 1, key concerns. First, proximity. The current plan places housing units as close as 65 yards from existing homes. Because the details on buffers, fencing, parking, lot lighting, and temporary structures remain unspecified, how will the town protect the peace of adjacent residents regarding amplified outdoor entertainment and late night gatherings? Second, infrastructure capacity. Eagle Canyon relies on a single point of ingress and egress that currently lacks a traffic light. How will traffic patterns be managed to ensure safety? Furthermore, is our existing water and sewer infrastructure equipped to handle this entire build out, and how will it affect the water supply to current residents? Third, environmental stewardship. This area is a highly active wildlife corridor for mountain lions, bears, and deer moving toward the river. Disrupting this could drive wildlife into human conflict zones. Additionally, given our history with the 2013 floods, drainage is a major concern. Will the town require independent third-party environmental and Colorado parks and wildlife studies before moving forward? Lastly, this is an added one, if they are container homes, how will that gray water runoff be managed? Fourth, local business impact. The proposal includes an on-premise restaurant, bar, and gym. Because there are no established walking points from the site to Main Street, what is the town's plan to ensure tourism dollars actually reach the heart of our business districts, rather than keeping visitors contained on site? Fifth, safety and fire evacuation. What's the plan to evacuate from Estes through Lyons if there were to be a fire? We love Lyons and we love the culture Planet Bluegrass brings to our community. We just want to ensure that this expansion protects our natural resources, our infrastructure, and the quiet enjoyment of the neighborhoods that border it. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to getting these answers.
Thank you.
Next, I have Sandra Haber followed by Wilma Spencer.
Sandra Haber, I live on Reese Street. So as you all are well aware, the issue with the meeting tone and procedures at the last Parks and Rec Commission meeting have not been resolved.
The ethics issues were discussed, but there's still outstanding issues and concerns. Because of these concerns and the discomfort of several commissioners, I'm here to ask that our next PRC meeting be a joint meeting with the Board of Trustees here in this boardroom. What went on before and at the last PRC meeting will not blow over and it can't be swept under the rug. The 2 emails the board received about that meeting still need to be addressed and discussed. Allow me please to get back to you to remind you that commissioners are volunteer citizens who should be treated with respect and not subject to what clearly feels like a hostile environment during such meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Wilma Spencer, followed by Candace Donovan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wilma Spencer. I live on Welch. Last month, I spoke to you all as the vice chair of the Student Advisory Commission, but today I speak as a representative of the Colorado Legal Insurance Help Fund, which I happen to work on with Nico as well, but he couldn't be here tonight because he's out of the state. As an organization, our mission is to provide residents of Colorado with more access to the insurance system, whether through legal aid or through education. We are a 501c3 nonprofit, and we aim to serve all Colorado's residents, but specifically Boulder County and the areas surrounding Lions. Today, I will be focusing on the education aspect of our mission and to tell you all about an event that we are hosting next week, which is an insurance town hall event with members of our state legislature, Kyle Brown and Leslie Smith, as well as a representative from the Division of Insurance. We will have brief presentations followed by audience questions covering all sorts of topics ranging from underinsurance to denied claims to withdrawn insurance to wildfire and flood mitigation with regards to insurance and any other questions the community may have. I highly encourage all town residents who would like to learn more about the insurance system to attend. Again, it's Friday, May 12th from 5 to 7:30 at the Lions Regional Library.
June 12th, right?
June 12th, sorry, oh my goodness. Not May 12th, don't go May 12th, we won't be there. Yeah, I will also, if you'd like to learn more, you can check out our website. It's colifund.org, and I will also give my business card to Victoria so that any members of the board of directors can reach out to me personally. Or sorry, board of trustees, oh my goodness. Thank you all so much for your time and have a great night.
Thank you, Wilma.
Of course.
Next is Candace Donovan, followed by Tanya Daddy.
Guys, are you okay if I stand here just because of logistics?
Better at the microphone so that the owl can pick you up here if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you. So I'm here from Eagle Canyon. I am a town resident, and I think Sarah spoke really well for the neighborhood. I don't wanna,
Could you give your name for the record?
oh, sure, sorry, Candace Donovan.
Okay.
Eagle Canyon, I am a resident. I just wanted to underline the concern about the infrastructure. So we were here during the flood. And I don't have all my facts in place, I's dotted, T's crossed. But we had real serious issues with the sewage lift station. During the flood, there was a lot of contention between the neighborhood and the town. I know after the flood, there was some work done. I don't know if it was cleaning out or something like that. Again, I don't have all the facts, but it was problematic. And to my knowledge, that's never been replaced. So if we're talking about the potential of adding 30 additional units on something that was already kludgy and problematic, that's a real concern for me. I want to know that the town's going to address that closely before any approvals rather than after, when we are left dealing with the fallout. And also really curious as to who's going to pay for any of those improvements. That's not anything I'm willing to pay as a taxpayer for a business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last is Tanya Daddy.
Last but not least, good evening. My name is Tanya Dati. I live on First Avenue. And I want to say good evening to trustees, Mayor Browning, and staff.
I'm beginning to really like audience business. This is such a great way to express myself for the next 4 minutes. or less. I don't think I ever spoke as much when I was up there, to be honest. First, I want to thank you all for creating a task force for Lions to prepare for the Sundance Film Festival. I actually regret not having created this task force on the prior board of trustees. I think Trustee Lowell, Mayor Browning, and Trustee Williams, you were all there at one of our last meetings when Jill Grano came, the director of lodging at Sundance. And she had a very pressing plea for us to do something for all of the communities in Boulder County, to do something about the short-term rental ordinance. And so I heard that plea for sure. They're expecting 85,000 participants, and they know they have about 3,000 lodging options in Boulder County. So this is obviously time sensitive. We know the film festival is coming in January, and we know people need to prepare. So thank you for not wasting any haste in getting this task force started. And I want to say thank you to Sarah behind me and Gil here for just leading the charge. I was able to attend a meeting last week. Even though I'm not on the task force, they're very open to public to attend. So I just wanted to say there are a few things that are going to come up here in the recommendations. One of them is eligibility, so that any property can be eligible to apply. One is a simplified application with a 15 business day processing. I really like the fees that they adopted. It would be $50 per year and $150 for 4 years. And this is a special event license, lodging license. There would be tenant protections, which are really important to think about. And accommodations for RVs, and it looks like the time frame would be from January 1st through February 28th. And the reason why I'm here tonight is not only to commend the task force for their work, but also to remind you how time sensitive this is. You know how long things can be when you have to go through the PCDC and then come back to the board of trustees, et cetera. It could take a couple of months. I don't know that we have a couple of months to get through this because it's going to take time for people to get their properties in order, to get them listed on Airbnb. And if I understand correctly, the bigger companies such as Adobe, for example, who hasn't found anything yet, they're looking now. So we're already behind the ball, which is why I regret we didn't do this already in January. But we need to catch up is what I'm understanding. So if you could find an expeditious process to just make sure this happens as quickly as possible. I think they have some really great recommendations, and I appreciate you for taking those under consideration, and also for trying to find an efficient and expeditious way to deal with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's all I
Got
got.
all the list. Is there anybody else in the audience who did not sign up and wish to address the board? You're welcome to do so. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Bryn, Bryn Long. I live in Stone Canyon. Obviously, you can see what I'm celebrating today. And I just thought about this is my first time coming to Town of Lions board meeting. My wife and I moved here in 2021, but I just want to say thank you to all of you for doing the proclamation this evening and recognizing Pride. We formed a 501c3 this past year with Jackie Hibbert and Ellen Keenan. I'm the president of Lions Pride Colorado, and we formed a 501c3, and we're very excited about our Pride events. Pride events are going to be happening in June, and there's some flyers up here. Kim has been wonderful in helping us with this with the town, and I just wanted to say thank you all very much.
Anybody else who wishes to speak? Okay, we have started a tradition during the last one. If any of the board members wish to respond to any of the presentations, they may do so at this time. I would caution that the Eagle Canyon related matters are a pending quasi judicial matter, so please keep that in consideration in your responses. Trustee Jacobs, start.
I think it's a really good, Ms. Tabor left already, but I think we do need to talk about the next PRC meeting, and I don't know what the right venue is at, because I don't know how the rules work, but I just want to make sure that we can have an opportunity either tonight or soon to talk about what that next meeting might look like and how we can make that work for those commissioners that have disturbed.
Trustee Schwartz.
Yeah, I just have grown to love audience business, which is a surprise to me, because it validates, the work that we're doing and validates, fills my heart with how much work our community does for this town. And draws our attention to things that, we need to pay attention to. So thank you all for speaking up.
I feel like I'm getting ready to unwrap a big Christmas present to find out what the task force has done. Looking at Jill smiling at me, I know that's, you've done quite a bit already and. Tanya is right, we need to have a little giddy up on this and get it done and ready to go.
Thank you to all who spoke. I would also emphasize that the presentation is going to be at the library on insurance. So important, that's really a lot of the fire risk mitigation awareness in this town has come on insurance companies either canceling or not renewing or conditioning rule policies on homeowners taking action. I mean, our house was not renewed, so that's a very timely presentation, and I commend that to the community to participate in.
Yes, I am also a wild vulture like Wilma. And I am happy to report that Allstate just sent me a letter saying they are not canceling our insurance. And we did the wildfire partner stuff, but that insurance talk is gonna be very important. Spread the word. I've also been told by my medical insurance that they're not gonna do any of the Affordable Care Act next year, so. Go help us with all of that.
Thank you, everyone. I will be at the insurance event. Thank you, Wilma. Wilma, for your, and thank Nico. I think it's an important topic. It's also a difficult, a thorny one, and we appreciate your taking it on. We'll do what we can to help. I'll also be at the next Parks and Rec Committee meeting. Whether we as a board decide that the board needs to come or if we think that might be counterproductive, I would like to just participate in it because I think parks and recreation are important and the tone of the commissions are important. So I'd like to just hear how that's going, and if there's anything that I can do to help, I will be there to help. I'd also say, Crystal, yay, creativity. And I say it for art, I say it for Sundance preparations, I say it for housing, I say it for all the things that we do. This is not purely an administrative function, this is a creative function. And if we can find interesting ways to deal with the things that come before us, we should do that. And then finally, thank you, Bren. There you are, spotted the shirt first. I appreciate what you and your colleagues are doing with the nonprofit. And I'll grab a couple of those flyers on my way out. June is an important month for many of us.
Yeah, I'd like to echo a lot of what Trustee Williams said, and thank you, Kay, for the note that housing burden implies income stress. It's a really big, important piece of information that I focus on, and how creativity can be applied not just in just the traditional arts, but in every form that we exist in as humans. And so I'm all about creative solutions. I'm just, as you all have heard many times, a really wild out of the box thinker. So thanks for mentioning that creativity is how we're gonna get things done, especially in a small town like this. And also I'm so impressed with Wilma and the rest of your team. I just couldn't even imagine tackling that at your age. So I commend you like wholeheartedly, and I will be attending. Thank you. And also really stoked for what you have lined up for Pride Month. I will be out and about with all the colors. I cannot wait to celebrate with all of you.
That's an appropriate lead-in to a proclamation I would like to read into the record. Whereas the Lions Board of Trustees and staff have committed to make Lions an inclusive and welcoming community for all, including the LGBTQ+ community. And whereas Lions recognizes that disability, advocacy, local engagement, and education are vital to creating a community where all individuals can live safely and free from discrimination. And whereas June is celebrated nationally and internationally as LGBTQ+ Pride Month, commemorating the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in New York City, a pivotal event in the movement for LGBTQ+ rights and liberation. And whereas all members of the Lions community, including those who identify as part of the LGBTQ+ community, have the right to feel safe, not be discriminated against, and to live without the threat of harassment. And whereas the town has added protections for LGBTQ+ individuals and families, including partner health benefits and an inclusive employee non-discrimination policy. And whereas supporting Lions LGBTQ+ community also aligns with the town's strategic objective to create a more inclusive and equitable community that promotes unity and honors diversity. And whereas Pride Month is an opportunity to honor the history of the LGBTQ+ rights movement, to reflect on the ongoing struggle for equality, and to celebrate Lions LGBTQ+ residents. And whereas we as a town and as individuals desire to practice respect, kindness, and understanding, and teach these traits to future generations. And whereas the town of Lyons affirms its commitment to the promotion and protection of the human rights of LGBTQ+ residents in the community, and urges all residents to respect and honor our diverse community and celebrate and build a culture of inclusiveness and acceptance. Now therefore, I, Mark Browning, Mayor of the town of Lyons, do hereby declare the month of June 2026 as LGBTQ+ Pride Month. And now for staff reports, I believe Sheriff's Office Sergeant McCann.
Good evening. So I do have a few things. You may have seen a press release, I think, put out last week that we are testing out, we got rid of the VHF radios just for a few weeks as a trial. Just trying primarily the 800 megahertz radio channels. Purpose of it is to see about functionality, coverage, and just ease of use for the different agencies that utilize the radios. What that means is if you have a scanner, you're not gonna be able to hear us. But Broadcastify is an app. I'm not familiar with it. But apparently you can still tune in and listen to what's going on with law and fire radio traffic through Broadcastify. So that I think is set to conclude no later than June 26th as a trial. And then a decision will be made by the radio techs and Sheriff's Office administration to see if we're gonna proceed down that route or what they're gonna do with the radios. We are gearing up for Summer Vibes Bike Rally, which is coming on June 20th. I understand it's sold out. So it's gonna be a busy day, but we're working on making sure we have everything covered staffing wise and get that going. Staffing for the Sheriff's Office in general, I want to mention is really good right now. We're in a really good place, better than we've been in a few years. It's been a challenge to recruit and retain good employees, but we're in a pretty good place right now. We have some really good folks coming on, which is great. And then finally, you may have seen the stats from last month to this month went up pretty drastically, specifically the proactive calls like traffic stops and increased patrols and whatnot. A lot of that really came from the last week in May with Memorial Day weekend and kind of that whole week. I had a couple deputies that were up here really focused on traffic stops and enforcement. And I think they really made a good impact on visitors that were coming through and folks that were kind of speeding through town. So we got some good feedback on that and hopefully made a bit of an impact with the summer coming. It's going to continue to be kind of a bigger push on, on some of that traffic enforcement. So other than that, that's kind of what I have on our end. Everything else is looking pretty good with the Sheriff's Office, so.
Trustee Williams.
Sergeant McCann, could you say a little bit about motorcycle speed enforcement?
Motorcycle speed enforcement? I'm sorry, what's the specific?
Highway 7, 36,
Lots of accidents.
66.
So I know we've had a few accidents up in the canyons. Are you just requesting additional increased patrols or?
Just asking what the sheriff's approach is in working with the state troopers and others to keep speed under control. The day that we had a couple of accidents up there, I was back and forth between Lyons and Allen's Park and saw the fastest motorcycle rides that I've ever seen on those highways. 8 people flew past me at various parts of the day, and 2 of those people didn't have it home. I know that we do a lot that we can do. I don't know if we're doing all that we can do.
Yeah, and again, it comes down to being able to be there, you know, being up in the canyons and being able to be present and be proactive in those areas. I do have one deputy in particular. He's been all over social media, Deputy Stofko. He's a mountain deputy primarily, but he's been working a lot actually in North St. Vrain and South St. Vrain canyons the last couple of weeks. So we're trying to get up there as much as we can, but dedicating someone up there obviously is nearly impossible, you know, at all times. But I know there have been some incidents on peak to peak. We had an incident with a motorcycle. But again, many times, even though staffing is good, that doesn't mean that we have full staffing on every shift, so it's very dependent upon call load and where, you know, right now, when I came into this meeting, we had a call in the mountains. Half of the shift was on that, it was a SWAT call, so that's a few hours where we just can't put somebody, you know, looking for motorcycles or speeders in general, but we will continue to make it a priority. I'll make sure to mention it and air the concerns for sure.
Thank you. Other questions for Sergeant McKim? I have one, the Memorial Day situation in the parks. I didn't hear anything, which is, I think, good news. It may
Yes.
go smoothly.
Yeah, I heard of nothing either. The security folks are in town and our deputies have tied in with them, and it sounds like they're doing a fantastic job of handling anything low level at their level, and I haven't heard of any issues as of yet, so that is a good thing. So I think they're a really good resource to the town, and we are definitely thankful that you know, have taken on the security folks to help us out in the parks.
Thank you. Appreciate the report. Administrator Simons, I believe that you're next.
Thank you. Before I do my administrator's report, since the staff are probably the only ones who can respond to the Eagle Canyon folks. We just want to make sure that, when the mayor is talking about a quasi judicial matter, they are not to be discussing the situation, amongst themselves or with residents until it comes in front of them formally. So, your communications really should, at this point, be with staff. We can talk with you. And, we just want to make sure that you, know that we have received these, we hear you. Thank you for listing out your primary concerns, and, they will all be addressed. The process does require all of these areas to be addressed before annexation is to be considered. So, if you want further contact or education, Lisa's happy to meet with you, and address any concerns that we can at this point in the process. In regard to other administrative actions, as the board knows, but the community is just finding out, we're really excited about the new community calendar. So, not on the Town of Lyons website, but the Lyons, Colorado website, there is now a community calendar that lists all events happening in town, both private and public venues. And so if you are looking for something to do, or wanting to know where music and things are in town, it's all in one place now. Businesses can add to it. You can get a link to that, but really nice that it's coming out right at summertime. I'm thrilled when I open it and there's 6 or 7 things on a Wednesday night happening in Lyons. It's great. So I hope people will use that. LyonsColorado.com community calendar. And then this week has really gotten busy with some of our transitional spring to summer activities. The bike park has been regroomed for summer, so it is now safe. The jumps are prepared for the summer season. The goat mowers arrived, the herd arrived this week, and we've had rain, so the goats should be happy and effective. They are starting at the area behind the wastewater plant in the Black Bear Hole. Then they're gonna move to the Stacy parcel in the Confluence neighborhood, and then up to the Horizon Vasquez open space. So, they love to have visitors. If anybody wants to check out the goats, they all have names. They're a happy group. And they're so helpful in areas that are rocky. We just cannot get mowers up there. So it's wonderful to have them here, especially on the transition to open space areas. Diversion Day was Saturday. I heard it was extremely well attended. I didn't get to go myself. Banner year, just like the limb drop off was. So people are starting to use these things really effectively. We want to thank Cemex for their contribution and giving us, I think, 8 volunteers that day to help with all the sites. So that was great. Pollinator events are happening this coming weekend, all day Saturday. If you're looking for something to do that's healthy for our environment. There are flyers posted and events happening Saturday from 9 in the morning till about 3. So check those out. Curbside limb pickup did start today. On the north side of town, when they're done on the north side, they'll move to the south side of town. Should be done usually by, probably Thursday of this week. But if they've been through your area, they will not be back. Also, street sweeping is supposed to start next week. We only do this twice a year, so it's really important to clear our streets of vehicles and RVs and things, so we can get them well swept. Because whatever is left goes down, the storm drains directly to the river. There is not a filter between the two. So we need to get all of that grass, grit, oil, cleaned up, with these sweeps as they occur. So we appreciate anybody's help with moving their cars. And one good news, one bad news about grants. We did receive our full request from DOLA for the historic culvert repair that runs between 4th and 5th Avenue. They did award $241,800, which is a 50-50 match to the high priority areas that need repaired. So we want to thank staff for putting together that presentation and giving it, and DOLA for finding it a priority for them at the state level as well. We did hear today, this isn't in my report, but we heard today we did not get the T-Mobile grant. It was a fairly small grant, but it was for improvements and at the new creative district area. But they did tell us, we had a great application and gave us a couple more leads of where else we could apply. So we'll be pursuing that. And last but not least, Director Icestone is here and would like to give an update on how the sales tax follow-up is going for the event venues.
So, for those of you who might not be aware, a while back, we decided to try and tackle what we feel is sales tax leakage to other municipalities that's occurring, or potentially occurring with, vendors that are, doing services at the event venues, so weddings, so catering, florists, alcohol, things like that. So we met with the event venues, and they kind of gave us, and we let them know what the situation was, what our concerns were. And they gave us a list of 14 primary vendors, catering, florists, and then 2 major liquor stores that are utilized at the events. We were able to locate 3 of those in our database, and our database is the Department of Revenue because they're the ones who collect on our behalf. So we could easily identify 3, and we knew of those 3 already. And then through other digging, which was a little sleuthing, but we identified 3 more. Staff then had to contact the Department of Revenue for help. And they told us that was the perfect avenue to do because there's nothing else we could have done at that point. So with that list, they were able to get back to us and identify 2 additional businesses that had site IDs for Lions. Unfortunately, those 2 did not remit any sales tax to the town of Lyons. And then 8 either did not have Lions site IDs or no sales tax ID at all. So what this means is, what I typically think that this is an education opportunity. I think it's not that these businesses are not remitting sales tax. They're likely remitting it to whichever location that they're located. So if they're a company based out of Boulder or Longmont, all of that sales tax is probably going to those municipalities when it should be coming to us, and they should have a site ID set up for every location that they do business. So what we then met with the event venues, and what we kind of came up with a plan was we would come up with a license, a no fee license, so they wouldn't have to pay for it. That they would give us their Lions site ID and contact information. And the event venues are actually sending this form and the communication out to all of their preferred vendors. requesting that they, you know, were saying that, you know, we want them to fill out this form, and that way I can get the data and determine that they do have a site ID, or if they don't have a site ID. It did go live. We've received about 6 or 7 responses back. I will say that one of those had a Lion site ID provided, and it was just applied for, and it was a very well-known vendor, food truck vendor. So, we're gonna work on it. I'm responding to every single one of them individually, letting them know this wasn't what we were looking for. Here's how you get what we were looking for. And we'll see where we can get. Hopefully, you know, what then that means is just because they have a site ID doesn't mean they're gonna remit it correctly. So I will have to go and search those out during our busy months. And we'll see what, you know, what kind of sales tax increases we might see from it. If we don't see a lot of participation, then, you know, we'll have to look at other avenues. But, Mayor Browning has also been involved with these meetings, and we're headed in the right direction. It's just gonna be a slow process. Department of Revenue is trying to contact these businesses to educate them and get some back payments. They can only go back so far, but their workload is extremely heavy, and I don't anticipate that that's going to be a timely thing. So that's why I'm trying to educate as best I can without being the sales tax expert that the Department of Revenue is, but we'll see what we can get from it.
Thank you, Director Eston. Are there questions from the board of either Town Administrator Simonson or Director Eston?
So we only identified the 14 primary vendors, which means there's a heck of a lot more.
There is, and
vendors.
yeah, and I was able to find some of those as well.
And if I'm looking at the figures correctly, of the 14, only 3 paid Lion sales tax.
That's correct.
And so if your approach doesn't work, you mentioned at the end of your description, other means, what would that include?
Likely a board resolution ordinance action that requires certain, participation. Hyped up participation from, I'm not, I think the mayor may have some ideas.
I can speak to that a little bit. I first want to commend the Lions event venue owners for their voluntary cooperation with this. They're actually Planet Bluegrass, Riverbend, and the Farmette are the main ones. The other event venue was Lions Crest, and now it's
Wedgewood.
Yeah, Wedgewood. They operate under just a different system where they do everything internally, so they self-report basically, whereas the other 3 venues have outside contractors come in and do that. And there were 2 ways to go about this. One would have been for to draft a town ordinance that probably would have put the primary burden for compliance and providing tax ID numbers, which are line site numbers, which are critical to this, on the event venues, because they're here in town, we have the ability to regulate them. Whereas 16 vendors scattered, and more actually, the smaller ones scattered in various communities, it's hard, it's almost impossible for the town of Lyons itself to regulate them. But rather than go to that step of mandatory compliance with the primary responsibility being on our local businesses, through voluntary cooperation with our event centers, we are moving toward being able to track each of these outside vendors from other places. And so the voluntary approach is the best. I think about 6 or 8 years ago, I actually drafted a proposed ordinance that would have imposed things and decided, no, you don't make people do things mandatorily first. You ask for voluntary cooperation. It's taken a lot of work in order to commend town staff for doing the research, especially Director Eiston. It's not easy looking through the voluminous number of reports, but that process has been necessary. We're making good progress, and we hope soon, during prime wedding season, event season, I mean, that we will get, at least on the larger vendors, get close to 100% compliance, and see if we can. Do you think by the end of the year, we would be able to actually monitor of these new vendors that have gotten Lions site IDs how much additional has been collected? We were getting zero from them before.
Yes, because I've identified the three who were already in compliance. I am creating a list of all the new ones and, you know, depending on the volume. I'm hopeful that I should be able to just at the end of the year, which will really be next March. But we could at least do busy season, maybe fall. We plug in their number and I calculate, you know, get a report together and it'll be manual, but it'll take me some time.
Thank you. Sansa's making the list and she's checking it twice.
Yes.
Any questions? Any more? Thank you for that report. We have a separate item on the pollinator flyers updated. Trustee McCreary, do you have anything you wish to add on that?
Just that the Lions Community Farm Project is also doing their event on Sunday. So if you have free time this weekend, come to go.
Thank you. Legal update, Attorney Detman.
Nothing for me at this time.
Okay, we will move on to ordinances and public hearings. The first item is the first reading of ordinance 1220, an ordinance amending chapter 17, article 3 of the Lions Municipal Code concerning minor subdivisions. I believe that
Yeah.
you have an explanation on this one.
I do. I have just a quick PowerPoint if that's helpful. This is first reading, so not the public hearing tonight, but just to introduce the topic. So, you know, we've become aware as staff that our current subdivision code may be viewed as overly cumbersome. So we just wanted to check in with board to see if you all agree with that statement and if we'd like to pursue this code amendment. So let me hit share here on my screen. I can walk through what we propose. So this would be a pretty targeted code amendment. I do think it might be worth at some point in the future revisiting our entire subdivision code, just making sure that we're really square with, you know, the outcome that we'd like to see in terms of, you know, economic development and things. But for now, this is just targeted for our minor subdivision code. So subdivision is kind of a technical process that we have. It's regulated in chapter 17 in our municipal code, and it's the process by which we regulate the division of land. So we create lots, relocate property lines, establish easements, rights of way, etc. And our code defines a number of processes for which subdivisions may be approved. Most of these require public hearing before Planning Commission and the Board of Trustees. And then some are administrative, and you can see like lot consolidation, for example. If you have two lots and you decide you'd like to combine it into one, town staff has the ability to approve that. To create new lots, all of those processes require some degree of public hearing. Our minor subdivision and major subdivision are really kind of what we're talking about tonight. Minor subdivision and major subdivision, for the most part, have, you know, similar requirements. The end result needs to comply with zoning. You're creating one or more lots, things like that. But minor subdivision, you could essentially approve if it meets all the criteria with one round of public hearings, whereas a major subdivision requires up to 3 rounds of public hearings with the opportunity to combine the first 2. So it could be 2 or 3, depending on 2 rounds of public hearings to get to approval. So we have a draft ordinance in front of you that would propose to remove a few of the criteria for eligibility to be considered for the minor subdivision process. Again, you can kind of see the standard is generally the first one would remain. You could not create more than 3 lots as a result of a minor subdivision process. More than that, theoretically, our process, you know, is more time consuming, and we want to be more careful as we pursue that. The second one, which staff would propose to remove, is the statement that it does not divide property zoned as planned unit development. So just by virtue of being PUD, in order to create maybe 2 lots out of one, you would have to go through the process 3 times. Whereas this code amendment would allow 1 round of public hearings for property zone PUD. The next one would remain, and again, you're still meeting zoning, lot area, frontage, building heights, things like that, right? So all of that still remains in place. And then finally, number 4, It's just this time requirement that basically if you've done a minor subdivision before, you don't get to do one again. Based on this June 1st, 1999. I don't know that that's a distinction we need to retain in our code at this point. So that's how staff has drafted this ordinance to essentially allow properties on PUD to be eligible for this process, provided everything else is compliant. And then finally, we've noticed in this particular section that we require 25 paper copies. So proposing to strike that. We say you have to apply and here's all the things you have to apply. And there's a lot of things like this, but since we're monkeying around with this potential with this chapter, potentially we'd strike that. So I'm happy to answer any questions. This is first reading. Due to some vacation time that I have coming up here, we're proposing a little bit more of an aggressive schedule. So we have first reading here tonight. Planning Commission, provided the board approves it on first reading, PCDC would consider this at a public hearing next week, and then this would come back to you for second reading and public hearing on June 15th. Should you all agree?
Any questions of town staff about this proposal? I just have one. You have any estimate of how many properties in town this might affect? They're not, what, half a dozen PUDs roughly?
Yeah, probably. We are aware that there's two property owners, one of the property that is on PUD, and they would like to, the town staff is running the ordinance, but we are aware of a property owner that has run up against this as a limitation in order to do a land swap with another property owner. So it was discussed at the urban renewal meeting.
Any further questions? This is first reading. If not, no further questions, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 1220 on first reading and set the public hearing and second reading for June 15th, 2026.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? If not, I will call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
I'll ask the clerk to read the consent agenda, please.
There we go. Yes, item 1 is resolution 2026-35, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending resolution 2026-25, establishing a Sundance Film Festival Task Force. Item 2 are the May 18th, 2026 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes. Item 3 are the May 26th, 2026 special Board of Trustees meeting minutes. And number 4 are the May accounts payable.
I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any items that any trustee would like to remove from the consent agenda? If not, then I will call for the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Move on to boards and commission and hear a report from the very newly formed Sundance Task Force.
Oh, we can move.
Oh, yeah, afternoon.
Is it just two of you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Happy to take a quick seat for a while.
I know this is. Put those down so you don't look like red rice.
I don't think anybody's gonna confuse me.
Go ahead. Mr. Report. Good evening, everybody. On behalf of the Sundance Task Force, Phil and I are here to kind of summarize our recommendations and answer any questions you might have. I'm not sure we had written a draft ordinance resolution and summary. Did that make it in?
Yep, those are all here. They should.
Okay, good. So in short, we're recommending a special event lodging license ordinance and a companion resolution designating the Sundance Film Festival as the first qualifying event. As you probably know, our current short-term rental ordinance was written in 2018 and only allows primary residences to participate. ADUs, second homes, and investment properties are not eligible. With 85,000 projected attendees and only 3,000 hotel rooms in Boulder, there's a real economic opportunity here for Lyons residents. And frankly, a chance to drive visitors to Lyons during our slowest months when our businesses need it most. What we've put together is modeled very closely on what Boulder did, a parallel license track that sits along the existing short-term rental code without touching it. We called it a special event lodging license rather than a festival license intentionally because we designed it as a durable framework the board can use for future events beyond Sundance. The resolution is the mechanism the board uses to design which events qualify. We've proposed Sundance and left it there, but if the board ever wanted to designate something like Rocky Grass or another event in the future, it would have to just pass a resolution to do so. So a property owner would still be limited to renting no more than 29 days per year under the license regardless. The task force was thoughtful about tenant protections, kept the rules as flexible as possible, and tried to give the town administrator maximum discretion rather than prescribing outcomes we can't fully anticipate. We're asking the board to introduce this for first reading tonight, possible. Because every month of delay is a month fewer Lyons property owners can get licensed and listed before January. Thank you, and Gil and I are happy to answer any questions. I think Gil had some comments too.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for creating a task force, appointing its initial members. We appreciate this opportunity to help serve the town of Lyons. Just administratively, the task force has already met 3 times in the 2 weeks since you appointed us. And Sarah, through her best friend Claude, has helped create the draft ordinance resolution and summary. And I can't say enough about the effort that Sarah has put into helping us get to this point. So I want to thank you personally for everything you've done. I hope you all will recognize her efforts. One of the things that we wanted to emphasize was our desire to move as quickly as possible. And sometimes that doesn't fit into the Board of Trustees schedules for hearings and resolutions. So to the extent that the board will consider moving quickly, I think Trustee Williams will echo, I hope he will, the points that we learned down at the meeting in Louisville, thank you. We're already behind the curve, and it's probably going to be a catch-up game all the way through. So anything you can do to help us catch up will be sincerely appreciated. You've already taken one step with the resolution tonight, where you have essentially allowed the task force to appoint replacement, which we will probably do Wednesday. Our next meeting is Wednesday morning at 8 o'clock at the library. Come join the fun if you want to. In those 3 meetings we've had a number of public participants who have come and learned and contributed. We're going to need lots of volunteers through the process. So if you're interested, or you know folks who are interested in getting involved, send them our way. In terms of scheduling first and second readings, as you look at the calendar, June has a 5-Monday month. So if there's anything you can do to schedule the readings quicker by having a special meeting, we would ask you to take that into consideration. We're trying to move quickly. We've got people who are invested and willing, but want to point out that Crystal's here, Betsy's here. We've been involved since the get-go with the task force. We're rolling. So anything you can do to help us would be appreciated.
Thank you. I appreciate the promptness of and the thoroughness of the reporting. Sarah, this was an excellent job with drafting. I'll ask the town attorney, I think I know the answer to this. Brandon, since the draft ordinance was included in the agenda tonight, is it possible to consider it on first reading tonight?
It wasn't posted as an action item, so I would say no.
Okay.
And
It does require, is it 10 or 14
I
days?
think it's 14
Between
days.
first
For the
and
second reading, yep.
Second reading.
14 days, not 10.
Not 10.
I'm looking at the calendar to figure out how we could do this.
So in terms of expediting the approval on second reading, if we were to consider doing a special meeting for the, it would be better to schedule a special meeting because we have a minimum notice time for the second reading, for the first reading, perhaps. Is that
You could do a special meeting
Tomorrow.
tomorrow. It would be
Right.
10 minutes, pass it
No,
on.
we have
first
to
reading.
post it 24 hours.
24 hours.
We could do it on Wednesday and then it might, let's see, that's not 14. And then we'd have to have another special meeting
Yeah.
or one on the 22nd or something.
Yeah, so calling a special meeting for first reading sometime later this week wouldn't really put us in a position to have
Take
second
action.
reading at the regular meeting.
No, it would have to be a special meeting. Two special, either, we could host the first reading on the 15th. And host the second reading and the resolution on the 29th. If people were willing to have a quick Monday, even noon hour or something. Special meeting, you could be virtual if need be. And we'd be done before the end of the month.
I'm seeing some nods of the head. Would that be acceptable to the board?
That's fine.
I should be.
And again, virtual attendance is authorized now, has been authorized for a while.
So we could, or we have a special meeting early, but then you're gonna have two special meetings. Yeah, instead of one.
Okay.
So you could, and I'm trying to see, we aren't having a Laura this month. I was trying to figure out if there's another meeting we were getting together for, but we don't have one. So if that would work for the board, we could hear.
So the idea would be a special meeting on the 29th and then be able to consider it on second reading.
And the resolution, because I don't think you want to do the resolution on first reading. You want to hear the input from the public first.
Right.
So you would do the second reading and the resolution on the 29th.
Yeah.
And that gives staff some time too to respond or, like the lodging tax was inaccurate, as you know, so we need to correct that on the ordinance. Gives, opportunity for the folks that deal with STRs on staff to give feedback on this on the 15th.
We'd be looking at first reading on the 15th
Mhm.
and second reading, but perhaps a special meeting on the 29th.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the resolution.
Are there any questions from the board to the task force representatives about the drafts of these documents? Trustee Lowell.
Have you formulated a communications, maybe this is best put to town staff, but a communications plan so people know that they can buy this short-term license? How are we gonna roll this out?
Well, that's
Everything's
what we'll
on
do
it,
between
so-
now and
so-
I think,
29th.
I think we were gonna touch on that in our next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, after tonight went.
We'd have to get the application ready, all the forms and communication.
And it occurs to me, the only way that we can collect our lodging tax for short-term rentals or this type of rentals is through the listing agent, Airbnb or VRBO, is that correct?
Individuals also can. And we have a few that do currently, but if we're talking major numbers, it's much easier if one of those two formats, just do it on their behalf.
Okay. And the last one, and Gil and I had a discussion about this. Did you talk to the HOAs and what did you get for a reaction?
So we have begun putting a plan together to communicate with the HOA. We've not done it yet, and we thought it was more important and appropriate to talk to the board first before we approach the HOAs. On Wednesday morning, when our task force meets again, that will be an item that we will discuss and how we plan to take that forward. We don't have it formalized yet.
Yeah, because the other fly in the ointment is if the HOA boards agree, they would have to get concurrence from their members, 2/3 of their membership to put in place any sort of a short-term rental agreement. which is. We heard, the lady who was here from the governor's office. Yeah, I thought it was kind of interesting. She said, right, when we asked her, she was talking about the HOA, she said, I'll look the other way approach. Which I know for a fact in Lions Valley Park, there's at least one person who was already advertising for the Sundance Film Festival. You didn't hear me say that, I won't tell you who it is, but,
The best we can do is present the options to the various HOA's representatives. And then they will have to take it from there and talking to their membership and what direction they want to go. It is being done in other jurisdictions that HOAs recommended because of the time consuming process to get amendments to the bylaws.
right.
That they instead put it in their minutes of their membership, that it's an allowable practice and rely on that going forward. Whether that an HOA here in town would entertain that approach, we don't know right now.
Thank you.
Trustee Williams?
I would never do that. I appreciate the way that you cleaved the decision about Sundance from any decisions about other special events. So we can move forward with Sundance, we leave open the possibility of other special events in town being declared qualified by the board or by others. Did you get any input from people specifically about other special events? Is there anything else that we should have in mind, knowing that we've deferred that decision, but also in the backs of our minds, knowing that maybe people have begun to weigh in on it?
I think in the room, I mean, obviously, like rocky grass was the thing that kind of casually came up. But I think it's also pretty clear that wasn't our purview, so we didn't really continue that conversation. We said, we just want to talk about Sundance. I think that is a very obvious place people are going to want to go, especially people wanting to rent out a property. So we wanted to have an infrastructure that supported that if the board wanted to do it. But we also wanted that to be a board decision entirely separate from what we were doing.
I was reading the documents and listening to what you said for any hint of division on those questions. Was there any division on the questions that you did address? Were there people who said, no, we prefer not to have any special event, or we want it substantially different? Or did people tend to line up behind what you ultimately presented to us?
I don't think that there's likely a depth of awareness in the community about this yet. Now, something I can't imagine everybody's gonna be unanimous on going forward with this, so I would expect that there will be some, did you think about this or did you consider that? I have talked to a couple of our event organizations. Betsy's here, Zach's here. They're aware of this. It looks like it would be a very useful tool for the community. And so to the extent we have that kind of support.
And in the meantime, you can at least speak with the task force with some clarity.
Correct.
Other questions? Somebody mentioned one change, I think, that needs to be looked at, and that's our lodging tax is no longer $2 a night, it's 5%. And the other one that I came up with that I've communicated about is there seemed to be an implication in the way something was worded that an ADU could somehow get a short-term vacation rental license, which is different from the special event license. Is that something that can be addressed?
Yeah, I can change that language. Yeah, I think I accidentally put in or vice versa, and the vice versa should.
We're coming up on first reading again, so those things can be addressed at that time.
In our format.
Thank you again for the promptness of your report, and I think it was a very thorough drafting job, whether it was done by Sarah, Claude, or anybody else.
Somebody had to put the integral on it. Thank you.
Okay, general business is resolution 2026-29. a resolution finding substantial compliance and initiating annexation proceeding for the property located at 19617 North Lake Drive. And I would follow the staff, including Attorney Dittman, if he's designated person to kind of give us an overview of what the annexation process is and what this particular resolution, what role this particular resolution will play in that process.
Yeah, so-
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give a very quick overview because I was asked to about what this is and about the process generally. So, annexation is a very complicated process under Colorado law. It's one of the most complicated things we did. That's how the General Assembly designed it. I don't do anything without consulting the annexation guide because it is so complicated. And there's just numerous dates that we all have to follow in order to do the process correctly. But this is the very first step of this multi-part process to begin the annexation process. So this is just a resolution basically signifying that we've received an application and that it is substantially complete. It doesn't indicate whether the town will eventually accept the annexation. It doesn't address all the various mitigations we may require as part of an annexation or an annexation agreement. It merely kicks off this process. And I just wanted to stress for the public in particular that there will be numerous opportunities for public comment and public participation as part of this process. But this process, again, just as part of our requirements in our state law, signifying that we've received an application and that it is complete, and really nothing more than that. So that's my very broad overview of what this is. But I know Planner Rich is going to go into much more detail.
So yeah, again, I think this is really, as Town Attorney Dittman said, just the first procedural step in an annexation application. We all, I think, collectively agree, applicant and town staff, there's much work to do. So once the board accepts an application, then staff really does the hard work of, addressing the neighbors' concerns, refining the PUD application, making sure that utilities and drainage and infrastructure and things like that, just for folks who are, curious about the overall process. At the time of annexation, you also set the zoning. State law says we have 90 days. In practice, we do that at the same during the same hearing so that everyone has an understanding of what would happen on the property as a result of annexation, the intended uses, broad scale development. Prior to any specific new development or redevelopment on the property, they would also have to go through a different approval of a major development plan, one or more major development plans. So to the degree we can provide assurance to the public of the big picture development on the property, that would happen at the time of annexation. The specifics in terms of what do the buildings specifically look like? What do the lighting fixtures specifically look like? Where will trees be on the property? Generally, that happens a little bit later in the process. That being said, we have the opportunity through all of these approvals early on to embed some safeguards with the community, and staff has already met with the Eagle Canyon neighborhood with one neighborhood meeting. The applicants had a neighborhood meeting, and we will do our best to continue those dialogues throughout the entire process.
We do need that. Yeah.
So we're just noticing in the resolution that the publication dates were not updated prior to posting. So I'm not sure, town clerk, if we know dates or if we want to put potential dates. I do think there's going to be some degree of time needed with this application. It's fairly complex. So I'm not sure on those dates.
And I know Brandon puts that timeline together for me too sometimes. For first publication, so I think that's just gonna be dependent on when you're ready to go, and then we can build it out from that.
Town Attorney Dittman, do you have some advice on that?
How they handle that for the.
Does it have? If you notice on the resolution that we just had a holdover from previous resolution, the dates of the last time we did this.
Yeah, it just needs to be 30 days from the publication. And so at least, we typically set this further out and then extend them because this process ends up taking much longer than the statutory minimums. But so long as it is, 30 days from whenever it gets published, the resolution of intent gets published in the newspaper. That's fine with me.
This week,
Or even maybe the end of next week.
Whenever you're ready.
So let's start maybe with the first publication date of like June 12th.
2 weeks from now.
We have quite a bit of work to do on the application and I think the referral process.
So then
So maybe,
30 days.
and then each week thereafter.
So June 12th.
June 19th, June 26th,
It'd be July.
and then July.
It'd be July 13th of 2026 would need to be the motion amendment in motion.
Yeah, and we'll almost certainly, once we get the publication date, nailed down, we can build out everything else too. And we almost certainly will extend these dates, I assume, as we negotiate an annexation agreement.
Procedurally, do we need to amend this?
Yes.
Yes.
So the dates suggested were June 12th, 19th, 26th, and
It'll
then
be July, the first publication would be July,
July.
or we do the June 12th.
June 12th.
And
pull up.
26, and then the next would be July 13th, 2026. And then how much time between third and fourth?
It's 1 week between each publication.
Yeah, 1 week between each. Yep.
Publication?
I'm gonna send this and they'll just confirm.
Okay.
So June 12th, June 19th. What was the next, July?
No, we don't have to skip it. We could do weekly.
Yeah, it has to be 4 consecutive weeks.
So it's
Yep.
July 13th, July 20th, and July 27th.
No, so June
No.
12th, June 19th, June 26th,
So that's just,
July 3rd, and July 10th. Yeah.
you're not getting enough time to do this?
We're gonna continue it after that. But the state law says you publish it. So
4 consecutive weeks. Yep.
Is
And then
June
July
19th being a holiday matter?
No.
Okay. Just checking.
No, thank you.
So the
June
12th,
12th,
19th.
And then the
20th.
that means the first reading would be July 20th.
There's the holidays here too.
And then second
In all
reading
likelihood, staff.
August 3rd.
In all likelihood, you would continue, we'll see
Yeah.
if it makes it referral process with all the boards and commissions, but we do need to get the date set.
So the actual first and second reading dates are probably tentative at this point.
Yeah, but we should tentatively schedule them for July 20th for first reading and August 3rd, I would think, based on the 4 consecutive
Right.
publishings.
And for the audience present, in past annexations, those have frequently been continued to later dates if things need to be clarified.
If we're ready, certainly we'll bring it to you if we have everything we need.
And would staff like to speak to
The date that the public.
would staff like to speak to the issue here about the completeness of the documents that have been submitted in there, including in the packet?
Yeah, so the annexation documents are considered complete to the degree they may change as we work through the process. Certainly that might happen. The PUD application was provided as a courtesy, so the public should understand the nature of the development proposed, and those most certainly will change as it goes through the referral process. But the documents are complete for the purposes of starting the process.
Okay. Are there any questions of staff? I have a couple.
Yeah.
One is that there was a reference, as I emailed that earlier in the packet documents about a flow chart for annexation, and you provided that. Would it be possible to include that flow chart? I know it's not usually done after a meeting, but within these documents that are posted on the packet so that the public can see that flow chart, if it is referenced in one of the posted documents.
I think that's fine. I also have it on our town website for annexation process, so yeah, we can make that
Yeah,
available.
my thought was if somebody went to this to look through these documents and they didn't, that it would be good to have that there so that they're all consolidated in one part. And then, as you mentioned, this application, this initial application references an intent to seek a PUD. Does that mean that only a PUD can be done later in the process, or would the process continues? Is it still possible at a later date For example, if they decided, well, whatever reason we don't want to do a PUD, we would like to fit within a particular zoning category or seek amendments to that zoning category. Is that an option that exists later in the process if we accept this application tonight?
I'm looking for town attorney Dittman on that one.
So I mean, I would look at it as zoning as a separate process. And so while, we typically set them at the same time, as Lisa mentioned earlier, they can be 90 days apart. And so because they are separate processes, you can change what the potential zoning is as you go through the annexation process because the annexation documents don't set the zoning. It's only mentioned here, really for our benefit since they are sought at the same time.
And I had a specific reason for that question, and that is, it's my understanding that there's a very important case pending for decision at the Colorado Supreme Court. It was, as I read it, orally argued back in January, but no decision yet. That involves the differences between PUDs and zoning. It's a case that came out of Telluride, I believe.
Okay. We can look into it. I mean, PUDs obviously are a very specialized form of contract zoning where we have a lot more flexibility, historically. So I'd be curious to see what limitations, if any, they'd be placing on that.
The reason I asked the prior question is, should a decision from the Colorado Supreme Court come down and change the rules basically on zonings versus PUDs, traditional zonings versus PUDs, while this process is going on, we would still have the opportunity to address whatever the Supreme Court said.
Yeah.
While this process is going on, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't previously considered that question, but I would say yes, given the fact that zoning and annexation are separate processes, one, and then two, we're statutory cities, so we must follow, the law, the full, as written basically. And so I think if the law changed in some way, we would, have to comply with that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? If not, then I would entertain a motion with respect to resolution 2026-29.
I move to approve resolution 2026-29, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, finding substantial compliance and initiating annexation proceedings for the property known as 19617 North St. Vrain Drive.
Is there a second? Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Clarify that you need the amendment. The date.
Oh, that's right.
Thank you.
Are there any proposed amendments?
With the amended dates we agreed upon, which were
June 12th,
June 12th,
19th.
June 19th, June 26th, and July 3rd
For the publication
for
dates.
the publication dates.
Mhm.
And
then-
I would entertain that as a motion to amend resolution 2026-29.
We need hearing dates too.
No,
And the hearing dates of
Can it be here and here?
July 20th and August 3rd, I believe is what I heard.
Yep.
Right. Oh,
Let me restate the proposed amendment. The proposed amendment would be to amend the publication dates reflected in the resolution to June 12th, 19th, 26th, and July 3rd, and to amend the hearing, the first reading date of July 20th and the second reading date of August the 3rd. Any discussion on that amendment? If not, then I would call for a vote on the amendment.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Now, with respect to the motion itself, we have a motion and pending and seconded for the resolution itself. Is there any more discussion about the motion? I would just reemphasize what Attorney Dittman and Attorney Ritchie said, that this is basically determination that this, based on staff recommendation, that these documents that have been submitted are complete, and it's nothing more than that. And it will be an extended process with ample opportunity for public hearing as this proceeds to the next step. No further discussion, then I would call for a vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for doing that. Sometimes it becomes right to do on the fly, for sure. Next item on the agenda is resolution 2026-33, a resolution of the town of Lyons approving a waiver of use tax agreement with Root Street Revival LLC for 402 Main Street. Does staff have any recommendation on this?
This was in response to your first, review of the agreement. And there was recommendations to change, some of that language to be more explicit, that it's actually, it's in our code, it is a use tax rebate. But there will be a waiver of some fees upfront. And we broke it down by use tax, rebate, and some fee waivers. And so we just clarified what the board directed us to. But I believe the mayor wanted on general business, he wanted to make a comment.
Any questions of staff?
Yeah, the only thing I'd add is that all the changes we made were put in the red line. And so you can see what I did to hopefully capture the intent of the board.
Appreciate that. I would entertain a motion with respect to resolution 2026-33.
I'll make a motion. Resolution 2026-33, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a waiver of use tax agreement with Roots to Revival LLC for 402 Main Street.
And I'll second that motion. Discussion, any trustees wish to comment on this resolution? The comment I wanted to make on this was just to point out that as far as I know, this is the first waiver or rebate of use tax that we have done in the town of Lyons. And anytime you do something for the first time, I think it's important to indicate why you're doing that, so that should subsequent similar requests follow for things that could be bigger or smaller projects, that we provide a record of why we're doing this. Waivers of tax, either use tax or sales tax, are becoming fairly common. And the situations that you most normally see them are things like, for example, Longmont agreed to rebate a large amount of sales tax in connection with Costco locating its facility in Longmont a few years ago. The economic motivation for the city of Longmont to do that was pretty obvious. They waived, I think it was $2 to $3 million, something in that range, of sales tax up front for a year and a half to 2 years. And they stand to benefit by getting millions of dollars over many years. And so it was a good investment, if you will, for the city of Longmont. And those things are uncommon, and they're often use taxes looked at oftentimes to provide an incentive for the developments that will benefit in the town. This particular property is a bit unusual in that when the prior board initially approved a waiver or rebate of use tax in connection with a economic development grant application that the developer was going to submit to a state agency, it was anticipated at that time that the ground floor of this 2-story building would have a retail function. It was going to be a general store. Therefore, it would have returned, if that took place, it would return in the future sales tax to the Lyons, and presumably at some point, if it succeeded, the town would have recovered eventually long-term the amount of use tax that it waived up front. The concept has since changed, and for reasons that have been explained, at this time, a general store is not envisioned there. There are different, perhaps non-retail functions are. So in my mind, the question arose of why should a municipality grant a rebate or waiver of tax if the town's not going to get sales tax back? And also with respect to property tax, because the URA tax increment financing arrangement has been approved for this property, the town will see relatively little property tax even from this development, because most of the property tax will go into the URA TIF arrangement. Despite those reservations, I support approving this agreement because of some special factors for this particular property. Number one, it's a cornerstone property in downtown Lyons. It filled literally a hole that was there as a result of the catastrophe. the need to build a new building there did not arise from property owners' decision to demolish anything. It was they were responding to a catastrophe. And it's a key corner of Lyons. It's not like, a new fast food joint out of Eastern Corridor or something like that. This is a key part of downtown Lyons. And I would also point out a special circumstance here that we hope doesn't exist in the future, and that is part of the financing that had been contemplated all along and that was approved was the tax increment financing from the Lyons Urban Renewal Authority. Because of the unusual situation, the Urban Renewal Authority right now is in a negative cash flow position. That puts the developers of this property at some heightened degree of risk from what a normal situation would be, and that they cannot be sure in the initial years of their development that they would get the normal amount of property tax gift financing that would be available if our URA was in a cash flow positive position. This is a development that we wish to incentivize. They've been very sensitive to the character of downtown Lyons. But because of those unique factors to this particular development, I think it's appropriate that we approve this. But I would state for the record, however, that that does not mean that we would necessarily approve a similar waiver or rebate agreement for other types of buildings. We would, in different circumstances at different times. That's something we would need to consider for each particular development as it came along. But for this development, I'm in favor of granting it for the reasons stated, and we'll be voting in favor. Any additional comments? If not, then I will call for a vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Next item is resolution 2026-32, a resolution amending the 2026 fee schedule to include a grading permit fee. First call on staff for an explanation of what's being done here.
Right, hello, Mayor and Trustees. So last fall, the town adopted not last fall, it was still earlier this spring, the 2024 International Building Code that will go in effect July 1st. One of the additional sections that was adopted was Appendix J, which deals with grading permits. So this resolution was originally brought forward just to cover the fact that we would have a cost if somebody applied for a grading permit. So we put that in line with what we charge for a floodplain permit or a right-of-way permit at $100. It was really just to add that entry to the fee schedule, which gets adopted usually in November or December of each year. When that came forward, there was some discussion or questioning on the actual code that was adopted. So I did include in there a link to the full Appendix J. You can't easily copy that code, so I couldn't just include it in there. But I then did include some of the relevant section. I think to take one step back was this permit was put in place really as maybe a stopgap measure or as something that we might see once in a while. There's not an expectation that we will see a lot of grading permits. One, it's usually going to be done when somebody's doing a building project, and therefore they will be going forward with a building permit. They do not need a separate grading permit if they apply for a building permit. If somebody comes in to work on their utility lines, trenching for a water or sewer line does not require a grading permit. So there were a number of other exceptions that are listed to when a grading permit might be required. This really came forward after some of the discussion on one of the recent developments over in McConnell and Carter, and we had a lot of talk on demolition, on blasting permits and what would be required in those cases. And it came to light that in particular, somebody could probably start digging and making changes to their property without any type of oversight. So again, we just wanted to include this in, the town has gotten by without it for a number of years and not run into other problems that I'm aware of. But this would help prevent somebody from just being able to willy-nilly go in and dig up a giant hole in the ground and leave it there and not have anything happen. So staff did feel that the International Building Code was a good general code to use. Again, it has the standards that are there and it gives staff the leeway to try to make decisions on, is this something that doesn't need to have a grading permit? Where they're gonna be applying for a building permit, so we can ask them, well, just wait till you get that application submitted. If they really want to get started on something, it would give them the option to apply for a grading permit, so it gives them some flexibility. So with that, if there was a desire to make changes to the actual code that was adopted, staff could bring forward an ordinance to make those changes. And so we wanted to find out if there was a desire to make a change to that code. Again, our recommendation would be to adopt the additional fee for the fee schedule for the $100 with the code as it is, feeling that that code does give us the flexibility to make decisions, but also covers the bases when there might be concerns of somebody doing a project where we might not have any oversight.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. If not, I would entertain a motion with respect to resolution 2026-32.
I move resolution 2026-32, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending the 2026 fee schedule to include the grading permit.
Is there a second?
One second.
Motion has been made and seconded. At this point, I would like to propose an amendment to the draft resolution. And I think the copies have been circulated to the board members. And the amendment would read, add section 3 to the small area exemption. No permit or permit fee shall be required for grading in an area of less than 4,000 square feet and involving less than 50 cubic yards of material, provided that the public is not endangered and that such grading will not adversely affect adjoining. After a second to that amendment for the purpose of discussion.
Seconded.
The reason I proposed this was this came up for discussion, as Director Kaplan indicated last year. I inquired at that time if a permit would be and fee would be required for small things such as grading for a backyard patio or grading out a backyard garden or a backyard deck. Staff was going to look into that, and they did. And Appendix J, as you see and as explained, it has a number of exemptions, but none of them include any really objective criteria. The first exemption talks about an exemption for grading in an isolated, self-contained area. And then the rest of that thing is the same language I picked up here. And I was concerned that those terms weren't defined that I could find in the code. I'm not sure what an isolated, self-contained area means, particularly in Lyons. I'm not sure in the main part of Lyons that any particular property is isolated. I don't know if that means it's self-contained. Does that mean it has to fence around it? Surrounded by rock? I was uncomfortable then and remain uncomfortable now with terms that are kind of subjective and vague. So back then and more recently, I've been doing research on my own and some of other places do. And I've talked to some of the local contractors, whose preference was, of course, no permit at all, but I suggested to them that a permit was likely to be done anyway. And where I came up with 4,000 square feet and less than 50 cubic yards, the less than 50 cubic yards is taken from Boulder County standards. That's their standard for what triggers a permit requirement. And the contractors told me they're familiar with that because the contractors that do work in Lyons also do work out in the county. So that's a standard they're familiar with. The 4,000 square feet, I looked at several different sources. Gilpin County had 6,000 square feet. There's like a draft, I think an earlier version of the International Building Code that had 5,000 square feet. I exchanged some emails with Trustee Williams on this, and said that the benefit or the detriment as it might be of actually having to do excavation and grading on some of his projects, and kind of got his input. If he thought 5,000 square feet was probably a little high. 4,000 square feet is roughly half of kind of the standard yard size. I mean, our minimum yard size is 7,000 square feet. Most of our lot size, I should say, not yard size, our lot size is 7,000 square feet, so most lots are probably 7,500 to 8,000 square feet. And I was coming up with trying to shrink it down to the non-house portion of a lot. But still with provisos in here that if it's gonna affect if it's potentially gonna adversely affect adjoining properties, a permitting fee would still be required. That's the explanation of what I'm trying to come with basically cut some red tape like we just did with the minor subdivision process. And this will basically exempt out small backyard projects from either the lot owner or the contractor having come into the town. If all I'm doing is grading for a back patio, do I have to get a town staff person out here to determine whether it's an isolated, self-contained area or not? That's the purpose. So town staff.
Yeah, we checked with our chief building official on kind of adding in some numerical criteria, and I think in his opinion, we already have that discretion in our code here. I think the inverse is potentially challenging if we do, say, this is less than, maybe my project's less than 4,000 square feet, they wouldn't call us, right? But then there could be an impact on a neighboring property, right? And so with the code written now, right, there's, we would not require somebody doing a patio in the middle of their yard, but, potentially a patio right on the property line, that they're, so that staff's preference, I think we're comfortable with the building code as written. And I think our building official feels, that Lions would approach this in a really reasonable way and not be overly burdensome with it.
And he did say to me, he said, if you want the flexibility, he said, you have the most discretion just following this. My concern after hearing all of this was someone could dig a hole in their backyard adjacent to someone else without a fence. And it can be an open hole for a long time. And we know what those feel like in town. And so to us, if we have the discretion to say this is not, then we can use some guidelines versus adopting an ordinance, making an exemption to the IBC is that preference, even after hearing the arguments. Just so where we are at.
A couple of things on this. I think that because this proposed language does pick up the standard of it, will it adversely affect adjoining properties? The staff still has discretion.
Oh, no, we agree, but
Yeah.
it also, you can have a hole and you can leave it there for as long as you want. Where a grading permit, we would be following it and making sure it's graded correctly and not a safety.
And to be clear, in terms of amending the IBC to be consistent, if this passes, I think that's absolutely something that should be done. It just obviously takes longer time, and I thought it preferable to bring this as a proposed standard before we went through the whole ordinance first, second reading, public hearing process of amending the code. If the board doesn't want to do this, then things stay as it is. If the board does want to do this, it would make sense to amend the code to be consistent. It's like the timing and the not wanting to get cart in front of the horse.
Yeah, I would lean on Attorney Dittman, I think, to know if we could waive a building code standard that we've adopted through a resolution. I don't know the answer to that. That's a great question.
Again, I think you'd be waiving it. You got the same standard in here. It's just a question of whether you'd have to put a permit in a fee or not.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, but the grading permit standard is set in code. It's a question for town attorney if we have the ability to do that.
Not just sua sponte, I guess, like on its own. I mean, you can go to the Board of Appeals. I mean, that would be the only way I could think of. You could waive a international building code standard, unless there was something specifically set out for that. It doesn't look like there is, other than the exemptions that are listed.
Would you read this as waiving a building code standard when I've repeated the standard in the language?
No, I'm not saying that. You're asking whether we can independently waive
Oh,
the building code standard without
well,
corresponding code language.
I wasn't suggesting that. I was suggesting that we could have, if this passes, that we could amend Schedule J of the building code to be consistent with this, just like we've amended other sections of the.
Of course, that would be fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't suggesting that we waive any portion of the building code.
Yeah. What I heard from Planner Richard was that waiving via resolution, the standards and in the International Building Code, which we couldn't do.
Right,
Makes sense.
I agree.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
So I've been on some of those groups that amend the international codes, especially around hydrogen and fire and other safety things. I've won a few things that we made less conservative, but typically the reason the codes are the way they are is because people can't math. They don't know what 50 cubic yards are. They don't know how long this is. They don't know where the property line is. And then there's a huge amount of safety issues and environmental issues. So I would not support something because to me, I don't know, if you get Joe contractor saying, oh, well, I don't have to do any of this because Lion says I don't. I think we're just in more danger than having a town person have a conversation with the contractor and then say, oh, yeah, what you're doing makes sense.
And there would be no fee for small projects. Or is there still a no?
Permit.
I guess that's a
Permit,
question, no fee or no permit required for those types of, that might be, the board, certainly the board could waive a fee
For a small project.
for a small project.
Yeah,
I think that could be a way to do it, if a permit's even required, right?
I think then part of the fee is the permit application review and other things. If you're gonna require it,
Yeah.
I would do a fee, but if you're not gonna require it, then obviously no fee.
Trustee Williams.
I tend to support the concept of setting a minimum size project to which Appendix J would apply. I don't know procedurally whether we're able to do that as part of this resolution. If not, I would probably not adopt this amendment, but I would move forward with the ordinance amendment as soon as we can. I did a little bit of looking around myself. I think these thresholds are reasonable and pretty consistent, if maybe a little bit lower, because our lot sizes in many cases, I think, are a little bit lower than what's contemplated for something in unincorporated Boulder County. I will say that in most cases, it's adopted as an exception number 8 to be added onto the 7 that were listed there, rather than a separate provision that's adopted at another time. So if we were to find a way to make an exception to this, it might not be tonight, but I think it's something that would be helpful. And I think providing some guidance to town staff about the sizes of projects that we prefer not be permitted, and the attention that should be paid to public endangerment and to impairment of a neighbor's property should be helpful, not seen as a constraint on town staff's oversight of these projects.
Other trustee comments? Trustee Jacobs.
Yeah, I mean, my first thought when I read this amendment is, isn't that covered in one? And I know that you're getting very specific and giving more numbers, but I always wonder about. I know we're getting very into amending things right now as an early part of what we're doing as a board, but I'm not sure this is, I feel like self-contained and isolated gives a kind of like talking about numbers and math, right? That gives you a picture of what it is. It's something that's self-contained and it's isolated. It doesn't touch it. To me, that's actually a useful description because I'm not a numbers person. So I feel like it might be repetitive and redundant, but this is not an area of expertise. I'm not inclined to add that level of specificity when staff is saying they feel like that takes away a little bit of their discretion.
Trustee Schwartz.
I'm leaning towards supporting the, I guess, the staff recommendation and just sticking with Appendix J. That's
Would you be amenable to what Trustee Williams suggested, which is amending Schedule J? And I'm asked that because I'm trying to find out if it's worth going through that process. If a majority of the board says, no, we don't want to touch that Schedule J, then no point doing it.
Hearing it's written. No.
Trustee Lowe.
Yeah, I'd support having it as item 8, as you suggested.
Trustee McCreary.
I'm fine with adding that to the schedule. Yeah.
Reference to changing Schedule J. All right. In that case, I will withdraw the amendment as an amendment to the fee in permit requirement, and will be proposing our amendment to Schedule J at a later date.
So we will continue this.
Well, I'm withdrawing my motion with the consent of.
So we'll have to start another.
Amendment.
My amendment, excuse me, not the motion.
The fees, they're gonna approve the fee.
Yeah, but we now have to do an ordinance to add a number 8.
Yeah.
Right, that's what we should bring forward.
Yep.
I can't remember who's seconded.
You do. I did.
Okay.
You did, I think you seconded.
Seconded by trustee.
Okay, so with your consent, just trying to do procedurally, would you consent to me withdrawing my amendment? The reason stated.
Yes.
Okay, it's withdrawn. That leaves pending the motion to approve resolution 2026-32. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Next item, do we want to take that up before, anybody need a break before we take that up the next one, maybe? Or a little discussion, I don't know. Usually about 9, we spend our practice to check and see if anybody needs a break.
Okay.
Okay for now? Okay. The next item is discussion and direction on an item discussed in the workshop, which is the strategic growth and water plan for the comprehensive plan. And I would ask staff who gave a thorough presentation on this at the workshop, if they could kind of summarize the reasons for this.
Yeah, so again, we are subject to a recently adopted state law in 2024 and seeking some direction on the proposed kind of approach and engagement on how to meet the requirements. And, you know, to the degree we get additional guidance from DOLA throughout that process to let you know. So I'm happy to go back and kind of revisit any of it, but with that, or pull up the presentation again if helpful.
Was there a grant discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to revisit that too. So I think we kind of have 2 separate questions on this for me. But yes, thank you for, I wouldn't want to skip that one.
Director Kaplan, anything you want to add about the water plan aspects of it?
No, only in that what I had proposed was, again, staff taking that on, not going to an outside resource. That we were check in with DOLA. I've not talked to DOLA on specifics of what I thought for the water supply. So first get an idea that they're comfortable with what we already have and are going forward. Then because it's part of the planning and the comp plan, it does have to be PCDC. So I proposed the PCDC UEB joint meeting to review how that gets put into the comp plan. My meeting, the DOLA meeting on the water supply that I listened to, they mentioned there was not a specific requirement for public engagement. I know that in Lyons, there's a desire usually for public engagement, so I did include that on there. I don't know if that's wrapped into the entire strategic housing, strategic growth and water supply together, or if we need separate. With it. That's the board comfortable with that path forward. I have what I'm.
I'd also summarize for those who might be seeing this, who were not at the workshop, that the general presentation of staff was that our existing comp plan, in terms of goals and strategies, they've discussed it with DOLA, and it seems to have what they'll have sufficient provisions in the existing comp plan on goals and strategies. And that the comp plan itself would not need major amendment, but however, in addition to address the water plan and the, strategic growth plan is something that we need to work on. I guess I'd start the discussion, as was mentioned, a bit in the workshop as to whether that's something that we think we should pursue through outside consultants, recognizing that there is a $45,000 grant available. Or whether this is something we should consider doing internally and using the $45,000 perhaps for something else. So I guess I would put that out for discussion first. Trustee Williams.
As a predicate to answering your question, Mayor, I think we're asking ourselves two questions here. One is, what, if anything, do we need to do or want to do to satisfy the compliance requirement and DOLA's expectations? And I would keep that as thin as possible. I think we shouldn't get out of control in trying to extend that narrow question of meeting their absolute barest expectations into the second universe, which is what are all of the policy considerations that we should make? And how should we do our 100-year planning? And how should we balance internal and external growth and all of the things that we've actually already invested a lot of time and energy into? So on the narrow question of what do we need to do to satisfy DOLA, I would do what's necessary. I would discipline ourselves not to do more than what's necessary by hiring a consultant or by letting all these policy questions load into that narrow question. On the broader one, I think we've invested a lot of time and we have a pretty healthy understanding, not a complete one, of where the opportunities are and where the constraints are and where our idiosyncrasies are. And if we document some of those in the course of a report, great, but I wouldn't revisit all of them. I don't have the needs for us to, and I don't think we need to.
Others, trustee Schwartz.
And I'm hearing, thank you, Mayor, I'm hearing you feel you have the capacity to do this and it's not a heavy lift.
At the scope that I've
Scope,
described, right? A few example scenarios, like, let's do like something fairly simple, a strategic growth overlay, right? If the board would like to do more than that, then I would love financial support. But yeah, I think we're okay with the plan, just defining a few things. The one caveat to that too could be, again, Aaron and his team will send everything we have related to water to DOLA for a cursory kind of complimentary review. There might be some infrastructure or water or engineering that we aren't aware of. So I'm just gonna caveat that. We might come back in with a later request. I don't think we're gonna be in that position, but we just haven't talked to them about it yet.
Okay, and so the next steps you have at the bottom, at the end of page 8, the top of page 8. Those would be sufficient to move forward with that.
That would be staff's proposed kind of next steps.
That looks agreeable to me.
Again, primarily working through PCDC to kind of really refine this, and then with all the other boards and commissions out on a referral, and you know, staff and a member of PCDC, or we'll figure out who attends to kind of describe what we're doing. And then ultimately return back to you all for final consideration.
Yeah, I'm fine with staff proceeding on the steps that you indicated there. My only question is, when does the board get to see this? Are there any dates along the line when the board gets to see it?
If you'd like, so again, the proposal as shown would be to kind of return back to you at the end, right? So kind of checked in with you up front. This would be the strategy, probably kind of the general scope. If you would like a check-in, in any of these points, let us know.
Maybe we do a mid
Prior to
check
the
in
public
like.
engagement, maybe that's step 3.
You bet. So do PCDC, go to the boards and commissions, return to the board, check in, and then go public.
Yes.
Or not that the whole thing's not public, but we have to, okay,
Probably be mid, like September.
okay. Yeah, that's fine. Sure.
I just had, I clicked on the DOLA link that you
Yeah.
included in the memo.
Yeah.
And that took you to a lot of stuff.
Yes.
As is typical for DOLA.
Yes.
When they decide to write about something, they tend to write at length.
Mhm.
And I noticed they had sets of criteria in there for basic compliance
Yep.
and exemplary.
We're going for basic.
And that was my point. I think
Yeah.
what I've heard you describe fits pretty
Yeah.
well. The basic category of filling it in. And
Yeah.
one thing I particularly noticed in the DOLA materials and that I brought out in some of my comments at the workshop is a section called local purview and methodology. It includes this sentence: local governments maintain wide latitude to develop a strategic growth element that integrates with their existing comprehensive plan and reflects their specific local context. And that's sort of what I was getting at with my comments there. Our history of outside consultants, both with the Housing Futures Plan and the Dr. Cobb Housing Needs Assessment was, those were drafted by people, at least when they started, that had little familiarity with Lyons. In particular, for example, the Housing Futures Plan, even though it was geared toward Lyons, its initial draft created a big uproar because it ignored things like the 5-acre rule and the limitation on parks and open space where you have to have a vote to use it. And a lot of people in Lyons know about those things and they'll, well, if we're gonna address our future land use and growth, shouldn't those at least be mentioned? And so we did, the last board did an addendum to that, localized it. And I'm, would be glad to see a process that actually is localized to begin with, instead of coming from the outside and us having to say, wait a minute, they forgot about A, B, C, and D. So I think our town staff is very familiar with those things. Most board members and PCD members are very familiar with those things. So as Trustee Williams said, I think we are a long way to understanding here in Lyons what our limitations are and what our possibilities are. So,
I think staff will approach this from a like, let's refine and narrow rather than reopen the entire conversation, right? So I think that's kind of my approach to how to phrase that. Refine and narrow the stroke more strategically rather than opening up the whole entire map, you know. Let's honor the map, the work we've done.
and do you need board discussion and direction tonight about the $45,000 grant?
I would like that. So we have, I have a meeting with DOLA later this week. We have a deadline of June 30th to kind of meet with them and begin to talk about how we'd like to use it consistent with our criteria. Staff has thrown in a few options for you. So we have from time to time over the last 6 months talked about pursuing some work, advancing ADUs in the community. That could look like pre-approved plans, more strategy around communication and some help with creating maybe some graphics about what ADUs look like, things like that. So that's certainly an option that we have shared. Let me pull up the memo. Again, it sounds like we're not interested in doing more work on the strategic growth. The other option could be maybe help with, and I don't know that we need this, refining this work into the housing action plan and getting that kind of knocked out maybe a little sooner than the end of 2028. So just looking for some board direction on where to spend $45,000. Or if we just like to decline money, I don't recommend that, but it's an option, sorry.
Not many need to spend it. Any of the trustees like to, Trustee Jacobs?
Yeah, I know Housing and Human Services Commission is very interested in the ADU, how to ADU kind of thing, trying to like really educate people and allow people to take advantage of what we've done here, which is a really cool thing. And so allow them to use ADUs. So I just want to put a plug, knowing the commission's already talked about it at length and brought it back up last time we had it. That might be a good use of these funds.
Do the money you use for subsidies or incentives?
Let me pull up the grant. It has to be, capacity building. Let me check. And support projects with multiple plans. The whole document's in there. Let's see. The costs associated with navigating opportunities.
I don't know that it can be a direct subsidy.
Here, yeah, ineligible costs cannot cover jobs and recruiting costs, indirect overhead, general operating costs, land acquisition. Ineligible.
I think
Can't do like energy
put
code.
into place everything you can to help people make ADU successful.
If that's an option, we can certainly include that. We'll confirm that with DOLA at our meeting later this week.
One incentive.
With that, using it as an incentive for
Yeah,
income.
Yeah.
2 years ago, in the budget, we talked about and approved the board, trying to do some ADU incentives in the form of off the top of my head idea was basically property tax rebates for those who built ADUs and rented them out to less than 80% or 60% AMI tenants. That proved to be a bit difficult, and we kind of refined it the next year. We had one ADU owner try to take advantage of it, but ran into the difficulty of trying to establish his tenant's income. The tenant didn't want to provide their income tax return. But I still think that concept, it should be explored, and I think there are potentially ways to do it without requiring, income tax returns from tenants or tax rebates. And I would, if this grant is available, I would like to continue to explore that concept of basically providing a financial incentive for ADU owners to rent to, income burdened tenants, and the town to basically provide them a financial incentive to do that.
Okay.
Such as perhaps figuring out what 60% AMI ADU rentals are going, or apartment rentals are going for. We don't have any one bedrooms here in Lyons, but looking at the new project at 17th and over in Longwood or something, maybe instead of having to document what somebody's income is, to perhaps figure out what the equivalent rentals are at 60% or less, and we could do 80% less rentals in other cities. And basically, if you're gonna build an ADU and rent it at this level or below, we will be able to provide these financial incentives, subsidies, if you will, and to encourage ADU construction. Other things that just I thought of, and I'm not sure if the timing of this would work out, at some point, at the 224 sewer project, they're gonna, we've yet to have a request from Boulder County for town contributions there. But there's a potential there of adding additional affordable units. They've discussed before going maybe from 14 to 20. Either utilities or infrastructure costs, but this would be available to contribute that, it would add capacity.
So I think these are great ideas. What I'm gonna say is I'm gonna take all of these ideas. We're gonna go talk with DOLA later this week and say, if it's not this program, they do have a number of other programs, and some of this ADU stuff, that might be, we are an ADU supportive jurisdiction. So they might say, actually, apply for that, right? So I would say any and all ideas tonight, welcome, and then we can take that to them and.
I'd appreciate if you
Yep.
run some of those by DOLA and see
Yeah.
if they think it would qualify, and
Right.
the basic thrust of that was keep it local.
Okay.
Use it to help local citizens and local property owners.
Okay. Any other, go ahead.
I'm a fan of ADUs, and I think it's one solution to a broader problem. So I'm also supportive of advancing work on the housing action plan.
Okay.
So that we can explore where and what types of housing will need to become more income aligned with our residents.
My guess is if that's an option, DOLA might say the next ADU supportive grant, I think, opens up here in a little bit this summer. They might say, put a great ADU program in under that, and then maybe the housing action plan under the planning, because this is more of like the housing planning. But again, we'll talk with DOLA and then probably return to you on June 15th. If that's okay, or at some point in the future on an agenda, and confirm what we've heard and whether or not we can put these grants together in the right buckets, and then I'd like to move forward.
We need to let them know by June 30th.
We have to have a meeting with them before June 30th, which we have scheduled.
I like housing needs assessment. I also like ADU. One way to shoehorn the mayor's financial incentives is to put them in the housing needs assessment. I looked at what was eligible. You probably already saw operating costs, construction,
Yeah.
land acquisition, all out. So we can't give incentives out of our $45,000, but we can use the 45 to figure out how to give incentives.
Agreed.
Which might be what we want to do. And the same for ADUs. We, at some point, are going to have to figure out how to do some elements of a rollout of an ADU program, like the communications that people have asked for, in HHS and PCDC. And if we built in a box that idea of how to promote a program, and one of the programs happened to be ADU, then other programs might be other programs.
Yeah.
That could take advantage of that same framework.
Yep. Okay. This was helpful discussion for now, so I appreciate it, and I think we'll return to you with some more specificity on how to achieve these goals with other people's money. So,
Let's see. Read this one. What's the sense of the board? Plow through or take a break?
I think we did a 2 minute break just for
Okay.
biological purposes.
All right. It is 9:10. Let's reconvene at 9:10.
okay, I think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to the restroom.
Okay, we're live.
Okay. The next item under general business is discussion and direction on boards and commission appointment process, something we went into in some detail on the workshop. And to continue that discussion here at the regular meeting. That suggested the workshop, there's really kind of, I think, three parts of this. One is the confirmation process. What does it mean when the existing code says that a proposed appointee will be confirmed? But the code right now doesn't have the process. Second item is terms of what, the existing code, what happens between years 2 and year 6, when there's some ambiguous kind of vague language in the code now. And the third issue is when a member reaches the end of their term, currently 6 years, what kind of a reappointment process should there be? So I would propose to take those up in that order, if that's okay with the board. And as to the confirmation process, what it means to confirm, I'll try to summarize what I heard. Obviously, we didn't take a vote on this because you don't take votes at workshops. I think there was general consensus that all board members would like to see applications from all people who have applied for positions, which is something we're doing now. And we also discussed the mayor conferring with the board chair and the board liaison about that. Is that something that the board believes should be in a policy, or I'm not sure we should codify that. Maybe we could.
Yes, and somebody also suggested the staff liaisons.
And the staff liaison. Okay. Yeah, I have no problem with that. I don't know. My view of staff's role on boards and commissions may differ from some other people, and town administrators Simonson and us and me have discussed this. I view an important role of boards and commissions as providing an independent, citizen initiated voice on pending issues. Yes, they react to what the board asks them to look at. Yes, when the staff brings them something that staff is working on, boards and commissions should be consulted and give their input. But my view of boards and commissions is they provide an independent source of ideas from the community. So we have had some issues in the past with boards and commissions sort of seeming to report to the staff liaison and things. So I don't mind, I guess, also conferring with the staff liaison. But it is ultimately the mayor's discretion to appoint, and I'll just state, to be candid of where I'm coming from, that I would tend to give more weight to a board chair because it's a citizen who's volunteered to be on a board and commission and been selected by their peers on the commission as the chair, and the BOT liaison because they're an elected official and should have some input from voters. No objection to conferring with staff, but that's just the way I feel about it. I don't know if anybody else has thoughts in that regard or not.
I think it's useful to hear the staff's impression of members who are sitting members or people who might be applicants. I might have suggested that rather than requiring the solicitation of the opinions of all these people, we encourage it. But hearing that you might be in some, I would say, jeopardy of dismissing one of the groups that I think may be important,
I wouldn't dismiss them.
I'd say let's require it. Let's require all three.
I never suggested I would dismiss it. I just said.
I didn't tell you what I said. You might be in some jeopardy.
What do you mean by that? I don't understand.
I mean that you've just told us that you would put more stock in what some other people had to say. And having 2 or 3 times missed the opportunity to even include staff on the list of people that you would poll, I would say, let's put them on the list of people that we poll. And I fully accept your right to assess the input that you get from all of these people and that you have from other sources and that you have from your own analysis and to make your own call. I just highly recommend that these people get consulted.
See heads nodding. Okay, all right. The third item, part of that discussed at the workshop was when it comes time for the mayor to propose an appointment to the board. Let's say, for example, there's 4 proposed appointees to multiple commissions. I think this trustee Williams, who said uncomfortable with the idea of objection. With the way that would be proposed, and I'm just asking that the mayor would say, I'm proposing to appoint these 4 people to these 3 or 4 commissions. And just open it up for discussion. And at that point, if any trustee has, thinks that one of the proposed appointees may not be the best fit, or another applicant, if there were multiple applicants, might be a better fit. Is that how it works, the Mr. handle it?
I would prefer that if you have 4 applicants for 4 different boards and commissions, you go 1, 2, 3, 4 and ask objections on each of them. Hearing none, he's appointed.
One at a time.
One at a time. Otherwise, you're gonna get into a mishmash of take them one at a time.
Yeah. I was thinking of time saving, but in most cases, I think there probably will not be objection to discussion.
And I would organize it the same as you would organize any other question that you pose to the body. So this is my suggested nomination. I entertain a motion to accept all of these nominations for these 4 positions, or feel comfortable with. And then someone would move it, someone would second it. You ask if there's any discussion, and you might hear no feedback from any of us. There's no discussion. We're good.
So that you would go through and proposing to appoint, you name Joe Smith, Jane Smith, whatever. And then you make a motion on all 4 of them?
I would, but there's also nothing wrong with doing them one at a time.
Well,
I'm just suggesting that there is a procedure.
It's unusual.
Excuse me. I'm just suggesting that there's a procedure for the body making a choice.
Yeah.
And the easiest way to do it is to just adopt that same procedure. Whether you do it one at a time or you do them in mass, good either way. But I would just put it as a proposal that gets moved, seconded, discussed, voted on, we're done.
You wanna do it by formal motion and second?
Easy.
Let's take up the case of an objection to an appointee. How deep do we wanna go on that? Do we just wanna accept and say, trustee McCreary objects to Joe Jones? You don't, and I don't need to have a complete assessment of Joe Jones in public here as to what his qualifications might be.
That's my.
Just her objection. And then if there's no other objection, the majority carries and Joe Jones is appointed.
I'd be surprised if people could just lodge an objection and have that be compelling.
I just don't want.
But I also think we should be discreet about how to talk about people. So if I had an objection, it would most likely be that I thought there was some other applicant that was more qualified. And I would say, I think it would be very useful to have an engineer in place of the current nominee. Or I think we've lacked the presence of a lawyer on this commission, and that would be helpful.
Then at the presiding officer more at the meeting more so than the mayor, then would I like poll the others? And said, rather than getting into a discussion of the merits of that person or another candidate, would I say, would a majority of the board prefer to go forward with this appointment, or do you want to discuss further? Is that
reaction to this discussion before we vote?
So you just see a brief discussion by a person that wanted to bring up additional factors and not necessarily back and forth between.
It's tough enough to get people to volunteer for these
Oh, yeah.
boards. They don't need to have them have to sit here or hear that we're going over their resume to see if they're qualified or not.
I think it is important to have, especially when we're gonna have, if we have more than one applicant, I think that's mainly where this is gonna come up, that we've opened it up, that 2 people are interested and there's actually maybe something that makes one in the mayor's opinion, a stronger candidate, but in some other folks' opinion, the other person is a stronger candidate. I don't anticipate debate about every single appointment. When there's one application and one vacancy that's been posted, and that person is qualified, and we've actually, in the ethics code, it talks about what you look at when you're appointing commissioners. So we have a lot of guideposts for that. But I do think there needs to be a mechanism for some level of tabling one appointment if there's someone else and there's enough of us who think that that needs to be discussed through.
Let me bring up one other scenario that's kind of sensitive, but it's happened once or twice, and that is a mayor gets a single applicant for one vacant position, but for whatever reason does not think that applicant is a good fit for that commission, or knows something about that applicant, or confers with the board liaison says, not a good fit here. All trustees will have seen the fact that that application is been made. And if the mayor says, I don't want to go forward with appointing that applicant,
At this time.
does it stop there? Rather than a board member being able to say, no, I want to bring up the application of so-and-so.
I think it stops there.
We don't have to see their application.
You're going to under.
No, but if you've conferred with the chair of the board and with the liaison, and both of them say,
Yeah.
no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
It stops right
It
there.
stops.
You don't advance it to the board, we don't even see the application.
I'm not sure that's true.
You will see the application, because we're gonna circulate all applications to all trustees.
That's not the way you wrote. You wrote it the way you
I
described.
wrote it before well, perhaps that's something that needs to be inserted in there, was that the applications would be available at the next on the agenda for the next meeting.
But if the mayor's not even gonna propose an applicant to be appointed,
We don't see it.
you really wouldn't want their application posted, because
No, we don't want
it would
to.
be obvious that somebody didn't want them on there. Right?
I think they should be treated as personnel records and we should have an opportunity to see them. But I don't think they need to be broadly circulated or posted. And that means that if somebody didn't satisfy staff or the mayor or meet those tests, they'd be in a folder somewhere and we get a chance to look at them. But I don't think the mayor had an obligation to raise a nomination that he or she doesn't believe in.
Especially with the process of conferring with the three other people.
All right,
So just to be clear on sequencing, an application could come to all of our inboxes for Amy Schwartz. And then when Amy Schwartz doesn't show up on the as an appointment on the next agenda or the next couple of weeks, there's just an assumption that we make that person, you chose not to appoint that person.
At that weekend, right? Yeah, at that time.
At that time.
yeah, it might not be the next meeting, because it might take time to confer.
Yeah, so we're not gonna bring it up, we're not gonna bring it up. It could get Cora,
Unlikely, but it could.
unlikely, so, but it stops there, so.
You may say something like, we're still looking
Still
for
looking for
an appointee to the so-and-so commission.
Yeah, and that's it, okay.
All right. The next area was under the existing code. What happens between the initial 2-year term after someone is appointed and confirmed and the 6 years that is the current maximum? With the current code reading, they continue to serve whenever possible until a successor is appointed, and I think Attorney Dittman, and I think we all agree that there's some ambiguity and uncertainty there. We talked a lot we talked at the workshop about the possibility of changing to 3 or 4 year terms. And that seemed to be something everybody was interested in doing. I asked this question: if we change to a 3-year term or a 4-year term, does that mostly moot the issue of serve whenever possible and succeed, and until a successor is appointed? And it would basically be assumed that everybody that was appointed and confirmed would stay either 3 or 4 years unless they resign. Is that?
But I think you still need the clause that says they can remain seated until an appointee, so you have a quorum.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna get to that on the next.
Right.
I think subject to that, I agree, it would be fine.
And we were saying that a simple application at the 3-year mark or the
Yep.
4-year mark.
I'm good with that.
In terms of amending the code, I don't know, Attorney Dippin's probably already.
Yeah, we're starting it.
We would basically do away with that language about whenever possible and until a successor is.
Yeah,
in
it'd be,
place.
it would be, shall remain seated and shall be counted for the purposes of a quorum and be permitted to vote until replaced or, and
I'm
until
just
left.
talking
Yeah.
during the 3 or 4 year term before they reach the end of it.
Yep.
If we do away with the 2-year term and we go to a 3 or 4 year term.
Yep.
You wouldn't need to talk about reapplication for that person or appointing a successor. It would be assumed that the person that had been appointed and confirmed would have the right, if you want to put it that way, to stay for 3 or 4 years.
No,
Correct?
twice.
Unless they're removed for cause, because the removed for cause thing.
I don't know, you were kind of split on should vacancies be posted, let's say you go 3 years, just.
That's the next point. Anyway, my point now is somebody serving their initial term.
First term.
Right. And they get, and there would be, so we do away with the 2 years. So there would be no, after 2 years, they serve whenever possible
Yeah.
until a successor is appointed. That goes away.
Yeah.
And they're simply appointed for 3 or 4 years, whatever we decide to do.
Got what you're saying, for that one
Now,
section.
they get to the end of that 3 or 4 year term, if we change it to that, and keep it 6 if we decide to. I think it's long, but they get to the end of that, this was discussed, but not really, obviously not voted on. That if they get to the end of their 3 or 4 year term and they reapply, basically, the mayor would basically present that to the board as, without noticing it as a vacancy and going out seeking other applicants. Is that right?
That's what I put in. I put that in my notes. You guys discussed changing it to a 3-year term, then a short reapplication.
Right.
And then after the 6 years, post as a vacancy.
Yeah.
I think that's what.
So the
that's
3
what I
years,
did
we
in
ask
the
them,
work.
do you want to stay or not? If they say yes, then here's your short application. If they say no, we post a vacancy.
Short application.
But that's assuming they're working well, I mean, whether.
But that does give the mayor and board chair and board liaison the chance if somebody for some reason is not working well.
Yeah.
For the board chair to say, I know this
I don't wanna
person's
push them
reapplying, but
2
there have
3
been,
year terms.
but there have been problems. And so the mayor might choose to not reappoint them, or if they say, I want to reappoint them anyway, then it would go to the board. So the board would actually get a decision on reappointing someone who's already there. There just wouldn't have been a vacancy and a notice of vacancy process, right?
So you're really seeing.
Yes, and the mayor could unilaterally decide not to reappoint the person, and the board would never say.
But if they're done at the end of 3 years, they can say, I feel so good about what I've done, thank you.
Yeah.
Please find someone else, or
Sure.
preferably, I found somebody else.
Trained my replacement.
So I don't want it to come across that we're recruiting for 6-year terms.
Right. It wouldn't be.
Well, if you don't notice the vacancy at 3 years, and they either reapply or they don't.
If they decide not to reapply, then you're gonna notice a vacancy, right? Obviously. So, but if they do reapply, you wouldn't notice that as a vacancy. You would just, the mayor would just take it to the board.
A reappointment.
Mm-hmm.
It would be theoretically possible for the board to say, no, this person hasn't worked out, or
Or it's been,
we'd
yeah,
rather you not.
we need a
reappoint."
different.
The board could decline to reappoint, although I would think that would, from history, that's highly unlikely to happen.
So who housekeeps all the expiration dates of the year?
We do, staff
We
do.
do, staff has a
You
list
do
of
it
everyone, when they were appointed.
I like
when
the
their
idea of doing
terms
a
up.
January review. When you guys do your appointments, we also see whose term expires that month and just start
They only meet
planning.
once a month, so you have to be.
Yeah,
I'd
whose
love to
term's
know
gonna be up
all
this
that.
year?
That year, January, we'll
Who's
talk
gonna
about
get
the
that
whole year.
Yeah, and they know well ahead of time and they can decide.
And then to carry that forward, if an existing member reapplies and is reappointed and they serve to the end of their second term, whether it's 3 or 4 years, they still can reapply. But at that point, it will be noticed out as a vacancy and other applications would be accepted as somebody else's interest. So,
Yes.
accepting, okay,
Now we have to decide 3 or 4 years.
yeah, so I guess now that
Agree.
Crazy.
that's what.
Change it up.
Wait, let's go down, let's,
Three.
there's three seem to be universally
Because
popular.
we're already kind of at the sixth
Have we considered,
Yeah.
by default with
Right,
this.
okay,
Trustee Lawrence.
all right.
have we considered 5?
Everybody's looking.
2.5, let's do 30.
Okay, and then as Brandon suggested, we would add the language that in between any end of a term and reappointment, that person remains eligible to participate in meetings and vote.
And that would also include at the end of the 6 year, right? Until they're replaced. Okay.
For any.
All right. I just want to make sure. I mean, that's what I thought it should be, but I just want to make sure we were on the same page.
And then to restate something that I stated at the workshop, we have some we have some pending time issues with both the ECDC and the Board of Adjustments needing to make decisions. There have been applications for reappointment by people who have served longer than 6 years already. And it would be my intent to go forward at the June 15th meeting to propose those for appointment at that time. Is that?
Without declaring a vacancy.
Yeah, well, we have though, kind of.
We've done a generic, yeah, all
Right.
these boards and commissions have these openings, yeah, it's been out there.
Yeah, it's been advertised as vacancies, so I think, and this would still be done under the existing code, but it's a little bit unclear what happens in that time, but it has been at least noticed as a vacancy and would be filled as such, I guess. Everybody okay with going forward with that on the 15th?
I'd like to see those applications as part of the process we just established,
Okay.
but I don't think they need to be posted. And I think there's a presumption, as there are with most of these appointments, that you've gone through that process and that will often defer to your judgment on it. And if we have something to add, then we will add that as actively as we need to, but in most cases, especially if we're in a pinch, if you want to manage it, I appreciate it.
And I think staff is already circulated, the policy is already circulated.
We haven't circulated the two.
reappointed.
No,
Okay,
but we can, but I do wanna say, I really would appreciate it if any of you that are out recruiting people, tell them to use the online app.
Yeah.
Because then we can save it in our database. And I can't when it's just, I mean, I know some people just prefer handwritten and I can do that, but if we have the capabilities to do that, then it's saved forevermore in that database, tracking terms and things. Where when it's a piece of paper, we have to search for it and find the dates they were. Yeah, so
okay, I'm going from, I think there are 3 of those already, and I know.
I can think of 2. Oh, there's 3.
And I think on the Board of Adjustments, Chairman Eister, who has reapplied,
Yeah.
was going to contact the other 2 members who were past 6 years and explain to them why a reapplication was being done, even though they've been serving for many years. And I don't know yet whether they're.
They probably as a total haven't even served 6 months, so it's okay.
No, the other 2 people are way past 6.
Oh, no, I'm just saying that for as
Often as they
frequently as they
actually
meet, it's probably equal to not.
And then I also have an application pending, it's been pending for a while, because I've been putting it on hold. Former Mayor Logan served on the Board of Adjustments, and it's my intent to proceed with her proposed appointment at June 15th meeting as well.
I will just circulate any outstanding applications we have.
All right,
So we have 2 for PCBC, which will leave 1 opening.
yes, we had 1 past 6-year member and another would be new member. And that's what we have at the moment, have at least make sure. Reduce the risk of them not having a quorum for important upcoming
Yeah,
decisions.
I think they will. And I'm just. In alignment with what we said about having the board liaison in the chair, which PCBC will. Assuming we'll appoint officers at their next meeting next Monday. We'll meet with the applicants if we haven't already done our.
Trustee Forts, as the PCDC liaison and me are already soliciting interest, and haven't gotten any acceptances yet, but I'm working on it.
Yeah.
And so is trustee Schwartz with it. Okay,
And it's not the worst thing ever to have a vacancy.
right.
Exactly.
There's a
We don't have
certain
to fill it.
advantage to having an opening so that the next person who steps up and is eminently qualified to fill the one gap in that commission can be accepted.
The disadvantage is potentially a 3-3 tie, but it can happen, and it can happen. Okay.
What about your recommendation?
Yeah. I get something else?
Well, no, I still think we need to talk about the removal provisions, because I think there's a lot of issues associated with that. We didn't really talk about it much. I know we're
The removal for cause.
removal in general, yeah, and what happens.
It was in your handout.
Yeah, well, and then trustee McCurry had brought up the idea of changing that removal process to have some sort of opportunity to be heard if there was something. And then some of the things that were brought up in a lot of the other towns, because you and I had spoken about feeling that misfeasance, malfeasance, and nonfeasance were higher of ours. So I pulled in language from conflict of interest, violation of law, regulation, or policy to add other. If you felt like there needed to be other cause.
You mean additional grounds for cause for removal?
And then to just sort of clarify that we can't just remove someone out of hand.
Like I
without
said,
any reason.
I think that was kind of the purpose. If you go to appoint for a 3-year term, there's no more appointing a successor. That provision would come out of the code. But the removal for cause, I think needs to stay in.
Yeah, I'm not, because the last time, because this, a whole issue with Sandra Haber where she was in 5 years and just making sure we don't repeat that. So if the idea is it's always gonna be 3 years and then 3 years, then there's never gonna be that gray area and that situation will not come up again.
Yeah.
So that will have been addressed.
We're changing that process. Yeah.
And then the voting. We've talked about. Yeah, so I think we've covered those, unless trustee McCurry wants to talk more about. If you feel like the opportunity to be heard, if there should be some other process for removal.
Let me ask trustee Dittman first, if there's gonna be a proceeding under the existing code to remove a board or commission member for cause, which gets heard by the board or commission itself, not the board of trustees, we could change that if we wanted to. I would assume there's some sort of fundamental due process where somebody would get notice of that and opportunity to hear. I mean, I can't imagine it's gonna be in a public meeting, they can't do it in private, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd have to. I don't think there's like a property right associated with, a membership on a board or commission. But I mean, I think, fundamental fairness. I think if it's gonna be an open meeting, they should have the opportunity to be heard at the very least.
Yeah, and so.
That's your concern?
Yeah, and I think, my concern with it comes from those, emails from those other commissioners. And again, we don't have the meeting minutes yet, because they're not approved yet. So I can't cross-reference at the moment. All I have are the emails, but I just, was reading that, Ms. Haber wished to speak to a removal. And I know it wasn't removal for cause, I know it was like in this gray area, but she just wished to speak to the commission about it, and she was essentially initially denied by the chair, and then further action was taken to apparently move her to like an attendance seated position in order for her to talk during audience business, and it just seemed like an interesting conflict.
It's going a little bit far afield from where the subject of this, but I'll just briefly state on it. That's not something I want to debate here tonight. We can talk about it later time if somebody wants to.
You can do it as an example.
But my understanding of that was that she requested to be on the agenda of that meeting to discuss the board and commission and appointments and her own appointment and everything like that, and that the chair of the PRC said the board of trustees is going to take that up at future meetings. I don't think it needs to be discussed at this PRC meeting. And so he said, I'm not going to put that on the agenda. That's what he told me. And the code says the board chair shall set the agenda. So he did not want that, so he did not think that subject was appropriate for the PRC to discuss at that time.
Right. Yeah.
But you're the liaison, was that your
Yeah,
understanding? You were there, I
yeah,
guess, you should
that's
be.
right. That's right, he stated that it wasn't put on the prior agenda, wasn't noticed to the public, and he was choosing not to take it up at that point. In deference to us discussing it at a later date, so.
Doesn't each commission approve the agenda though and can amend it?
I think so, the board chair, I don't know, if you read the code, it says the board chair. That's the agenda, I guess, by motion made and seconded, majority vote, they could change the agenda, I don't know. Parliamentary procedure at the commission level.
Those agendas, I've never been on a board where they've approved the agenda going forward in a meeting like we do here. It just never happens.
Which is why it's so odd that she wasn't allowed to talk about something that she
Anyway,
wanted to talk about.
that,
That's all.
I understand your point of view.
To
And it-
address the hearsay, I don't have the meeting minutes, I can't speak to it and brought in more exact terms than that, so.
And
Just considering that maybe there is something added into the code for like when somebody is taken off, they're allowed to speak.
And I'd like to give you a solution for that. Some of the commissions, not all of them, they used to say that within 1 week of the meeting, there would be draft minutes posted until they were approved at the next meeting, so that you don't have to wait a month to know what happened. So if your group is not doing that, I'd recommend that, just have draft minutes posted. I don't know when that got taken out of here, but it used to be that, they were to be posted within so many days of the meeting and then approved at the next site.
and that created issues because many of them were not doing it. And so there was a lot of pressure on the ones.
You know,
that
I've
weren't.
overseen these boards and commissions for 16 years. There's 2 that don't do it.
Yes.
We always did it, man, HHSC, there.
There's 2 who don't.
But and, well,
No, it's true.
If you tell them to do
No,
it, they will do it.
I've been liaison to 6 or 7 commissions and the number of minutes that were
Then
drafted and circulated.
depends on the
7
data.
minutes. Anyway,
If they've been
I-
to training and if they follow the rules.
I think we're getting better. If somebody wishes to make an agenda request about how things at particular commission may have happened, that's fine, but I don't think that's on the agenda for tonight.
So that's a solution.
Okay, so is there anything else with respect to the board and commission appointment and confirmation
Are we adding,
process
are we changing anything to the removal section or not?
to the removal for cause? Did you wish to add additional potential causes for
It
removal?
was in your,
Yeah, I mean, if I don't, it was actually, that was out of respect for you, because you wanted to have lower levels than malfeasance.
No, it's not.
Okay, well. Okay.
I didn't.
You said you wanted to remove someone when they were a problem. We spent 15 minutes talking about what a problem was. That's what we spoke about that. You and I had that conversation.
The question is, do you wish to change the removal from cause provisions? Which I have never suggested changing because I have never attempted to remove anybody for cause.
That is not accurate.
That
You
is-
have said you wanted to change it in our conversation with Mayor Browning, but I don't care. I think it's fine as is.
You do not wish to add
I
additional.
do not wish to add anything else to the removal provision.
Okay, thank you. Anything else that anybody would wish to propose to change on the board and commission process? Okay. Brandon, do you think you have a good enough understanding of all the exchanges to try to do a draft, or maybe?
I do.
I'm gonna do a draft. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be perfect the first try, but we'll do our best.
Or if town staff, if town administrator would like to take it first, and the town clerk would like to go. I'll leave that up to staff as to who should.
Yeah.
Who does the initial draft? Okay. Next item on the agenda is direction on USA 250, Colorado 150.
The Laura Centers.
I put out a feeler to all of the other local communities, see what some of them were doing. I told them we were a smaller town, give them our population. So those were the people that responded. I did put in some of the bigger ones, like Trinidad's doing something every month they've got a celebration. We don't have that kind of money. But there was just some suggestions for what the town would wanna do. A lot of them some of them have an event budget. We don't have that. But I told Victoria, CMEX is always really good about donating. We could potentially look for donations, whatever the board decides to do, but I mean, anything from a golf cart ride. I mean, there's just so many different things that you could do, so, but, and they're doing it, it doesn't have to be July 4th. It could be, anytime in between there. I included, Kathleen Springs recommendations and I think.
So we just need direction from the board and we will try to find funding for it.
I'm curious if any of the commissions had any desire to take this on.
Yeah,
I guess my question is, who's doing the work? Is it staff?
it depends what you guys want, how you want to celebrate, or if you want to do anything special, and if so, then we'll work, if there's a border commission that'd be great, or volunteers, or, but it depends what the activity is.
I'm sorry, what do we do for July 4th?
We don't usually do anything. It's really rather quiet here because we've never done fireworks. People usually go elsewhere.
Yeah.
Our big weekend is, believe it or not, is Father's Day weekend is always huge here. I know, but
For the parks.
But talking with the event staff, that Kim and Casey now, they said they would be open to organizing some, something smaller if the board would want it. Not a parade on Main Street. We do not have time from CDOT. They are not gonna close Main Street on 4th of July. So if we wanted to do something more local, like a little parade around the Bone Park Square, where the ball fields and stuff are. Kids, people, dogs dressed in red, white and blue, we could do that. Gil made an offer that on the concerts in the month of July, Wednesdays, when we have a big crew, maybe during the intermission, we sing a patriotic song. Maybe we could get some funding for American and Colorado flags and hand them out during intermission time. It depends how much you want to do here. If you want to do something bigger, it's probably gonna have to be a little later in the year. But Dolores, there's a lot of ideas here. I would think the museum should be doing something since this is a history event.
Yeah.
I have not heard anything
I think it
other
would be
than
cool
History Day.
if the LAHC did the unveiling of the municipal flag.
A more formal unveiling.
Yeah, like in
It's already
Canada.
flagging, it's already flying.
I know, but they've
Yeah.
spoken to wanting to like make it a thing.
But this is for the nation and the state's anniversary, not the
Right,
town's.
but it could just be in.
We could do
I don't
that.
know if like LAHC feels motivated to do something bigger, or maybe in collaboration with historic preservation, they could do like a history of.
So if you want to, I mean, the direction to us could be reach out to boards and commissions and ask them if any of them have interest in a project, we could send some of these same ideas.
That's my vote.
And then also the museum, I think we need to find out.
They're having their annual History Day.
It's History Day.
But it's coming up pretty soon.
It's in June, not, yeah.
And Colorado Day is in August.
That's what I
Yeah,
just
so
looked
we
up.
could do August.
Yeah.
They said anytime between July and December is appropriate, the state said.
Are most, from the other places you looked at, are most of them combining the July 4 National 250 thing with the Colorado 150 thing? Because Colorado officially became a state on August 1st, 1876.
Right.
So it's a
Well,
different
what
day.
a lot of them are doing, if they do, like their local day, their time, just making the event bigger. Like we used to have good old days, so now they're incorporating, adding food trucks or music and handing out stuff. We don't have anything like that anymore, so it's just kind of different for us.
Make it up our whole floor.
What about to give enough time for planning, because the boards and commissions we're talking about, they only meet once a month, and during the summer, sometimes that's even sporadic.
Yeah, it is, June and July.
What about if the concerts in the park go on through early August, right? What if we tried to tie, I like the idea of Colorado flags being handed out at the whatever concert would be closest to the actual Colorado 150 day, which would be August 1st. 2026, and doing something at the intermission of a concert of handing out Colorado flags. And
What about US flags near July? Or
you could do both. Cost wise, I'm more inclined to the Colorado end of it than for a town in Colorado. What do you?
Could you create a recommendation based on what you think is feasible and realistic in terms of fundraising? And just come back to us with some recommendations about how to best celebrate these moments, knowing that we are.
And what would the cost be of handing out US flags around the July 4th concert somewhere, and the Colorado flags somewhere around the early August concert?
Well, that's where I think if we can't absorb it in our own event budget, I mean, it would be a couple hundred flags. We would seek someone who might be willing to.
And maybe
It
there's
can't
some
be
other
that much.
ideas y'all can think of. That are beyond the flags.
But I think
from
Kim was kind of excited
athletes.
about
Yeah.
organizing something that's just that people here like a parade.
Little
And
parade.
we have lots of
Parade.
musicians.
Decorate
Make it fun, make it
throw a food truck
value
there, yeah.
oriented.
And maybe we do it between July 4th and August 1st,
Great.
before school starts.
Yeah.
And encourage colors and dogs and golf cars.
Perfect.
Costume contest. I dressed as Pat Schroeder in 3rd grade on Colorado Day. I was a big.
You still have it?
She was, now we did it.
Let's focus on that creativity.
All right.
Creativity.
Right, so on that, we'll look for staff to propose something in
Next
the
meeting.
cost of things like
Right.
small flags or something like that. Okay. All right, trustee reports. In any future agenda item requests. Let's see. Trustee Jacobs, we'll start with you. Sure.
No HHSC yet, I'll be meeting next week. I would actually also, going back to the PRC issue, I would like to attend the next Parks and Rec Commission meeting as well, and so Trustee Williams and Trustee Lowell are gonna be there, and it's gotta be
We
noticed.
noticed.
But I know that a couple other folks had mentioned possibly wanting to be there, but I think that's something we have not. We're skating all around the issue of what happened in that meeting and what it, not necessarily what happened in the meeting, but the impact it's had on the commissioners and others who are hearing about it, and I think that I just want to be there to see what happens next time and make sure that we can proceed. We have some healing to do, we have some differences to bridge, and we have to figure out how that commission is gonna move forward in a meaningful, safe way where everyone feels that they can be part of that. So I'm gonna attend that meeting.
So you're suggesting it be noticed out as a potential board meeting so that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The request I heard was here.
That was the request, was
that-
absolutely that it be a joint meeting, but that was apparently dismissed. So I mean, maybe we can talk more
Was
about
that
that.
their regular meeting?
If they want it,
I mean, that there'll be more that we need to post.
I mean, it could be here. I know they want it to be recorded or at least to have minutes. There are lots of different concerns that were outlined in those emails about processes in there and feeling like they wanted to have more objective record of what's going on in that meeting. And so whether that happens in this room, so it can be recorded and live streamed, or
It's the same time and date as PCDC is when that request was made.
so we can do it in a different, I don't know the logistics, and I don't know if we need to talk about that right
You meet in
now.
the small room, right, trustee Lowell? The small room at the library?
Great. She was asking where you meet.
In the small room over there?
We meet at the
Library.
yeah, the little conference.
But the
room.
little one.
Not the bigger room.
So depending
There's
on how
only
many.
like 10 chairs, 12 chairs in there, I guess.
Could see if the bigger room is open.
Could see, yeah, I mean, if there's gonna be more than that.
It's
You?
June 8th.
Yeah, it's Monday, you'll be at
At-
same time, 6.
Oh.
6:15.
I just feel like it's an elephant in the room that we're not addressing and that I know at least 3 members of that commission are concerned about what's gonna happen the next meeting. So I want to be there to offer support and to see what's going on.
Okay.
The other thing is, I'm curious, and we've talked, a couple of us have talked online or offline about the whole agenda setting idea, and I would love to take part in some of the agenda meetings that go on the Mondays for the board meetings. I know that that's something that the 2 of you do, but I'd love to be able to take part in that. And I know a couple other trustees have noted some interest in that, and if anyone else is interested, I'd be happy to sort of coordinate a rotation of different trustees who might want to just see how that sausage is made. I think it'd be interesting to be a part of that process and hear what's going on in those agenda setting meetings. So just throwing that out there, if anyone else is interested in that, I'd be happy to take that on as kind of rotating folks in and out if they're interested in being part of that, because we can't have more than 2 of us in that room as well.
I'll say in the past, sometimes the mayor pro tem has participated in that, and sometimes not. The
It's
procedure
different.
years.
Different.
I haven't had a chance to talk to the mayor.
But I mean, there's nothing wrong.
Is he doing that or not? We'll have that discussion.
So if you can just let me know when those meetings are, I would appreciate that. And that's all I got.
I'll say I'm reserving whether different, whether that's appropriate for different trustees to be circulating in through agenda meetings. I'll give that some thought.
Why, I'm curious why that would be an issue.
Do what?
I'm not sure why that would be an issue.
When I did that before, at Mayor Angelo's request, I eventually stopped going because I thought the agenda set of meetings, which are for that purpose of saying what goes on the next agenda, started turning into many discussions of the substance of items there. And even though it was only 2 trustees, I didn't feel comfortable doing that.
Yeah.
So I stopped going. We also need to look at the code, because it says the mayor and the town administrator shows up the agenda. So.
Well, but does it mean someone couldn't come and observe the process if new user wanted to see how it works?
Maybe.
Does it mean they have to? Oh, okay.
I'll give that some thought.
Okay, again, I guess that becomes a future agenda item then.
Okay.
Could also be a topic for our board retreat, which
Yes.
we wanna remind folks. I'm sticking to that.
Yes.
Priority for me.
He's working on that.
I do think, I don't know, at PCDC, the chair and vice chair set the agenda with the staff liaison, so. For what that's worth. If that does happen in other local government entities, so. So let's table that for now. The PCDC has not met since last time we met. They're meet again on next Monday. And they'll have that public hearing on the lot split.
So we won't be going.
That part. Yeah.
Just as a reminder,
I'll see
don't attend that
the
part.
agenda and go to portions that are appropriate. And just a reminder, the follow-up with the Boulder County Commission meeting.
That's on there.
Is great.
That's being pursued also.
Excellent. I think that's it. We're looking for PCDC.
Invited up in one.
We have someone in mind. Several of us.
That's my report. Thank you.
Parks and Rec, next Monday, 6:15 at the library. Ecology Board meets on the 23rd. I have 2 requests for agenda items, and these are few recurring items. So we have been getting a compliance report, the code compliance officer report. I haven't seen it for a couple of months. I'd like to have that as part of our regular agenda.
Yep.
The other thing is, and this is really in the way of quelling a lot of rumors among some of the residents, is I'd like to have a report from either you or Planner Richie about your communications with Boulder County Housing either on sewer or on the Carter Court lines. Just, if nothing happens, then nothing.
Yeah.
But if they've had communications about what they're intending to go forward with, because I've had a conversation with a resident who is quite concerned about the Carter Court. He said there was a contractor over there. He said, oh, we're gonna start in August. And I said, no.
No, it's
Nothing's gonna happen.
that was the soil testing.
So just in the manner of quelling rumors, just to keep that communicated. All I have.
Would you envision those reports, like, I think the code compliance officer report was generally done along with the town administrator report, like the finance report is done, that,
Yeah,
or a separate agenda.
Point of fact, it was, there was already a format set up. We had seen at least one or two previously. So.
And then as to reports as to Boulder County housing, would you do that as part of the administrative report? Yes.
Yes,
I'll do an update on
just a line item.
Yeah.
Neither the student commission nor the LAHC has met since our last meeting, so I have nothing to report. I'm not even no agenda request, but the mayor gets to make agenda requests anyway. Jen.
I have a UEB meeting this week. My issue with some of how we do things there, I'm still learning, but they're using Google to keep minutes and whatnot. I am not a Gmail person. I'm a Mac user, so there's been some problems. And I guess I don't know why some groups do it that way and others don't.
Some do AI, some do AI minutes and some do handwritten minutes, and it varies a lot.
Yeah, so once I get through that and get access, because I have not had access. Even with the town email.
We'll say, when they post on the town website though.
I do get those.
Yeah, so their agenda shows up there. Sometimes I think the chair circulates it.
Ask
earlier.
Aaron to,
Aaron can forward them.
he can download it and forward it to you in another format or something. That should not be too difficult. Well, they gotta do that on.
But yes, they're gonna be excited to hear and they probably already heard that the grant was approved for the stormwater stuff, so.
Yep.
It's gonna be a good meeting.
Trustee Williams.
3 quick items, the Historic Preservation Commission met on Tuesday, this past Tuesday. They were a little bit uncertain about how to move forward with their role in the successor to the demo moratorium. They recognized that the demo moratorium had expired, but that we were also going to try to be proactive when we heard that people were considering demolishing or part of a historic property. And they're not sure how they would learn about it or what their participation might be in trying to find funding for people or coach them on what alternatives there might be to demo. So if we're going to do something, we should make sure that HPC is clear about what we're going to do. If it's a HPC and staff cooperative effort when one of these situations arises, they just need to know what it is that they can do to chip in. They were sorry to say that they did not receive the grant for doing the detailed survey, which I think all or most of us heard about. That mostly affected not just that project, but the trajectory of their work for the rest of the year. They thought that and its successor projects would largely take up a lot of their time. And now they're in a little bit of a quandary about how they can be productive and focused without that little bit of head start that they might have gotten out of that grant and the consultants work. So they'll sort that out with us looking over their shoulders and maybe offering an idea or two if they approve this. The Lions Fire is doing a pancake breakfast on the 6th from 8 to 12. And it's one of those things that doesn't quite fit in the normal places of the calendar. So the Lions Colorado calendar is mostly entertainment. And the town's Lions calendar is mostly commission and town work.
It goes on the new one.
Okay, well, it's not there yet. I don't think. I looked, I didn't see it.
Well, it has.
It's the kind of thing that I will mention to LFPD that they might want to enter it or submit it.
They just-
Make sure that they
Kim
find
can
out.
give them a code, they can post all their own stuff whenever they want.
You guys can we give them the code?
Yes. That's June sixth or July sixth?
June sixth.
June sixth.
Coming right up
Good.
this Saturday morning. So fun thing, lots of people come. We often get 200 people there. Sometimes it's because we've got a new apparatus and we do the ritual of physically pushing it into the bay. Nothing like that's going to happen this time, but there'll be good. Thank you.
And my granddaughter found on the fire truck.
Absolutely. One note, which is more my personal business, but it is something that the board has acted on, so I'd like to give a quick update on it. The prior board affirmed an amendment to the development agreement that my entity signed with the town for the Evans project, that at the time had some very specific affordability promises. And the request that was made of the board and that was approved was that the town's promises I made on affordability to the town might be superseded if I refinance the project through Chaffa, and Chaffa had its own affordability requirements, and that has now happened. So the requirements the promises I had made to the town included some 60% AMI units, some 100% AMI units, a 10-year statute for all of this, and for maximum rents. When Chaffa stepped in, they were at 80% and 120% for 10 to 20 years, depending on some contingencies. And they have not only max rents, but also tenant income levels. So it is a fundamentally different proposition, as the mayor suggested, to be collecting documents from everyone and vetting them for their eligibility. But we do meet those standards for Chaffa, and having now made that deal with Chaffa, we no longer have the deal in place with the town. So there are other promises that I've made, but not on affordability, and it's important to just say that.
Thank you for that update. Trustee McCurry.
EBC and SFC have not met since we all last met. They will meet next week, along with my first, 14 cities meeting next week. Looking forward to that. I am unsure how SFC is moving forward with no chair, vice chair, and who's setting the agenda. So I would like guidance.
How many members do you have, or just have seen that?
You have a quorum?
I think I wanna say there's 4, 3 were in the room and 1 was virtual. Well, 3 now with the appointed. I think there's 4,
That's a quorum.
I'm pretty sure. But I haven't, like, I just met them all, so I'm not like confident.
And your
because I
chair and
don't know.
vice chair weren't willing to stay until someone was.
Vice chair has been vacant, to my knowledge, since before I was appointed as a liaison.
So this quorum should appoint
Okay.
a temporary chair and vice chair.
Okay.
Your 4 people should decide who that's gonna be. Your next meeting might be very short. Unless-
I guess I should have CC'd one of you.
Yeah.
But I did CC, Kristen Bruckner.
Okay.
Is that right? No, maybe it was Kim. Who's the staff liaison?
Kim.
For that. So I sent an email just because I had some thoughts, to, well, I sent it to the board liaisons, well, me and then you, and then the chair of EAB.
Oh, you're.
And Peen. Just some ideas. I didn't know if it was like appropriate for them to just meet and together for one, since they didn't have anyone. And I also know that EAB will have vacancies later in the year.
How many members does EED have?
We're gonna
We
lose
have,
some free, so.
I think we've got the full 7, but we're gonna be losing 3.
So it's not pressing and I'm not the EAB liaison. I just go because they're B city committee people. So I was just observing that at the last one and just had a thought that it could be cool for them to just maybe all meet. I don't know.
Just so you know, former mayor Rogan, maybe mayors before that, has brought up the possibility a couple of times of combining the SFC and the EAB.
And I have a lot of ideas around why we might not do that. And I'd be happy to share, I just had like a million ideas, be happy to send that to you maybe, but so you could circulate what I've proposed. I sat with it for a while, so.
Yeah, the town clerk could circulate that, but and maybe that's a future agenda item that we discussed that. When Mary Rogan proposed that before, she said she got negative feedback resistance from both commissions, so she did not proceed. Although it's discussed frequently that we have a lot of boards and commissions, and keeping them all filled is a challenge.
I mean, if vacancies continue, it could be worth revisiting the conversation and maybe having just a subcommittee under one of those. Otherwise, I do see value in having both. I see EAB as sort of a foundational guidepost, and then SFC as the manpower behind getting citizens involved in these practices and sharing information. So I think that they balance each other really well as long as there are invested citizens. Otherwise, we can revisit.
If you would like to have that as a future agenda, item, it'd be great, and maybe having it as a discussion item on an agenda would prompt some interest in people applying for
That would be
vacancies.
great. Then I'll request that.
Okay. Moving further. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
We have action.
So action item, excuse me.
This last one, I think I got all the future agenda items. Okay, one, I have ordinance 1220 passed on first reading. Number two, first reading will, okay, I have my notes are. The Sundance, we're going to draft an ordinance for the Sundance ordinance that was presented. We're gonna have the first reading on 6/15. We'll have a special meeting on the 29th for the second reading.
Correct. And the resolution.
Next, I need to add the flow chart to Planet's online documents. Number four, resolution 2026-29 passed with amendments. Resolution 2026-33 passed. Resolution 2026-32 passed. And staff is now to draft an ordinance to amend Appendix J. Number seven, bring the strategic growth for review to the board after working with the PCDC for a check-in. Number eight, explore financial incentives for ADUs with grant money. Lisa Ritchie to bring back information from DOLA. Next, I have send the Board of Adjustment and PCDC applications for reappointment to the board for review. Next, draft an ordinance with changes to the boards and commissions as directed by the board in discussions. Number 11, staff to bring recommendations for the USA Colorado events. Future agenda item on other Board of Trustees members attending agenda setting meetings. Also, the board would like the compliance report to be brought at the next meeting to the board, and any communications with Boulder County on the Seward and Carter Court lots also to be shared with the board. Next, Aaron Kaplan is to forward UEB documents to Mayor Pro Tem. Next, Kim is to work with Fire on access to the community calendar. And the last one is a future agenda item combining SFC and EAB. Anything that I missed?
Or maybe on that last one, to discuss future roles of EAB and SFC instead of combining that problem.
Maybe Yeah.
Reaction. Anything further? Okay, now we'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Motion passes unanimous.
Is that about everything else?
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks, Kevin. Good night.